What's going on, everybody? This is BMT. I ain't sure if y'all can hear me. I don't know. I'm pretty much going to be doing this talk. It's just a late night owl talk. I don't really have a contingency for this one. I really don't. I just, no, I'm just doing a conversation. So, yeah, there's a lot of things have happened. You know what I'm saying? And things have been going through my mind. You know, I'm going to talk about later, probably today. Well, I am going to talk about today. You know what I'm saying? Being able to what's going on, Hooded One? What's going on, Gardner? It's a lot of stuff has unfolded. I listen, man. Boy, shout out to social media, boy. They can find anything. They can find anything. And honestly, I'll tell you right now, boy. Like I gotta do a whole session on doggone Derek Jackson's church. Like that's a whole. Oh boy, I don't even know what to call that. That's something, but that I don't know what the hell to call that, dude. That's something. That church is something. Like, yeah, oh yeah. So it's a lot of things that are coming down the pipe, things to address and talk about, and it's open panel. We're gonna also be talking about the shootings, the STEMI check, the pink pill, the pink pills, how they dropped the ball on holding women accountable. The divested group, they got pretty quiet, you know what I'm saying? Like I was very disappointed in the pink pills because they didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying? All the stuff that just broke out and went down with, Derek, I mean, they didn't say nothing about the woman or any of the females showing up. I noticed that. Like, well, what's good, ladies? Y'all don't say nothing about your own, girls, y'all be saying the men are dogs and are faithful, but nobody called out the women. I got to get that one to George Macon when he caught it too. He said something. I was like, yo, man, like, okay, so I'm not the only one that's looking at this. Like, if you can't hold your people accountable, you know what I'm saying? Like, are they really your people? You feel me? Like, and so, and seeing how all that went down, like, it's a whole fiasco farce in my eyes. In my eyes. Um, I want to start off with that. I think the pink pills are full of crap. I do. Um, in the divestment level up group, um, for Shira Seven or any of the other women that teach women how to love you or how to be women, they didn't say nothing about these IG hoes. This is why it's hard to take the level up divestment, teaching women how to be better women. This is why it's hard to take them serious because here you have it. You getting on the men about being dogs, but you have these goddamn IG hoes literally slopping and fucking around with another woman family, and y'all rather get on her about y'all rather get on. That's how you know it's fucked up. They rather bash the wife. The wife. First of all, the wife don't gotta dress up. She don't gotta do nothing. I mean, that's her home. You know what I'm saying? Her man fucked up. Derek fucked up and been cheating on her, treating her like a dog and shit. But see, it'd be a different story if she would have blow Derek's brain out or some shit, or do some like say I'm pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Like, would the what would be the same reaction? Was the women that one time, not one time, called out that woman, that hoe? If anything, y'all having it. What was it like? What was the tea like? I'm like, well, damn. Whole chronicles are real. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't not one time y'all ain't say, woman, you ain't, thou ain't shit. Like you made us all look like hoes, gawking, and you know what I'm saying. And I guess if you say I'm saying everybody, no, I'm gonna say be for real. Where are the women shows talking about this woman? I gotta ask the question. Everybody doing a show on Derek, but I mean, where's the show on the woman? Because the women ain't gonna hold this woman to accountability, but then they want to say, well, black men, where's the protection piece? Well, I got a question. Then where's the line of accountability for the women about this one? But if you ain't gonna say shit, then don't be trying to jump on black men about y'all need to do this, the men need to do that, other groups of men. No, 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 no. Keep that same energy. And I will be listen, I'm gonna be chronicling this down in the book. So if you are a woman and you didn't talk about this shit, about that ain't shit effort, then I don't want to hear shit. I don't. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear nothing about well the men need this. The men need to stop talking about that. Nah, because guess what? I'm gonna say go. Let them talk. If y'all ain't gonna say shit, then guess what? I'm gonna let the men say what the fuck they gotta say, and I'm gonna let them drag this woman. You had your chance to call this chick out. You chose not to do it. You chose to turn a blind eye. Don't tell the men hold the women accountable. I mean, hold men accountable, but then you get mad when they hold y'all accountable. It has to go both ways, fair and straight and equal down the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? This is why we see these fights with these women. They're like, damn, you know what? It's hard keeping a good man. Well, shit, check these hoes, check these home records. I remember in the church. You know what? You could not. You listen. If you was a young fasting or you was dressed a certain type of way, you couldn't come to the front of the church. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? I used to play instruments in church. So you could if you was a woman and you dressed a certain type of way, they would cover you up. The other women would cover you up. That wouldn't be the men's job. That would be the women's job to cover your ass up. But you're being too damn fast. But I get it. Some people ain't gonna say shit. They're not gonna hold this broad accountable. She definitely slopped and sucked. And the fact that she was able to get online and brag about it, that bitch, and I don't give a fuck what y'all say, that's a whole bitch. She was bold. She was emboldened. What's going on, Kelly? Any woman that don't got a problem getting online and bragging about fucking in another woman's bed and talking hellified shit, that's a bitch. That ain't no fucking woman. That's a bitch in heat. Because she don't got no damn she don't got no guidelines. Derek I already done drag Derek, we already know Derek is a piece of shit. We know that. But this woman right here, this woman right here, there's a certain place in hell for these types of heifers. You know what I'm saying? And she don't give a shit. She don't care. So long as she getting her pussy ball eaten out, so long as she fucking up whoever home she is, you know what I'm saying? Y'all like some of these women like these type of men. They do. Because they know that, mind you, she's not gonna take a whole responsibility for her actions. You know what I'm saying? So we have it where certain groups of people, the men and women, don't want to be held accountable. So I don't want to hear shit about, well, the men need to do this, the men need to do that, step up. But I'm gonna be like, nah, 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 nah. Check y'all hoes. Check y'all goddamn sisters. Y'all the shit, I guess whatever y'all want to call the pink line or divestment group or whatever the fuck y'all call all this shit. Y'all check them hoes. If y'all can't do that, then guess what? You know what I'm saying? We y'all going look, this is part of thought culture. You know what I'm saying? Whole Chronicles. So y'all want to see, y'all complain about there ain't no daddies in the home. This woman get a whole divorce or some shit, and they got the two kids, no daddy in the home, and y'all gonna say he still need to hold his standard. No, hold these women to a certain standard, man. I be swearing on God, boy. Like, listen, bro, the inconsistencies here on social media are a dime a dozen. Motherfucker always talking about what about the home, what about the family? And here's the damn logic, man. Listen, man. Listen, man. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. This talking piece on high value. Let me grab. This talking piece on high value men are allowed to cheat. Y'all are dumb as fuck. I swear, boy. Y'all be asking for goddamn divorce. Y'all be asking for goddamn child support and all that shit. Like when y'all see stupid shit like that, please shoot your dick off.
Oh shit.
Please shoot your fucking dick off. This is why STDs and STIs are so high, and herpes can't even properly be locked on anymore.
Lord.
Y'all be so quick to go fuck everybody under the sun like doggone animals or some shit, but then y'all get mad at the sexual deviancy motherfuckers be picking up on.
How you doing, BMT?
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome to the late night talk. You know what I'm saying? I was supposed to be starting this earlier, but I just said, oh fuck it. It is what it is. But
Yeah,
hey,
but I haven't had a chance to even chime in on this, in which I really wasn't going to do it. And I heard you talking about it, but to me, this is simple. It's like okay, side chicks became popular how long ago? Us as women should have never really allowed that. I mean, when you have stuff like slut walks and they're promoted, what do you expect? To me, it's no different than the NBA, the NFL, rappers, musicians, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's
uh-huh.
it seems like this has been happening. It's not nothing new to me.
Right.
And with money comes bitches. I guess you have to make the decision. Are you going to participate in that or not? And we're never going to be able to control everybody. I know you say accountability, and I get that, but in my mind, it's like to each their own.
Right. Yeah, right. And I think the thing about it is this. Look, so when it comes to this shit, you know, I don't look the men. I have no problem with the men holding the men accountable, like Derek. And I'm also like the women need to hold that broad accountable, the thought and the hope.
But
And
why?
that,
But why do you say holding Derek? Men have to hold Derek accountable. Why? His
let
wife
me
has to hold him accountable. If
let me let me
she's
let
cool
me
with
tell
it,
you,
okay.
let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Derek had no problem getting on social media and booking twerking his ass off for fucking goddamn women. And I feel like when the man fucks up like this royally, since you set the standard of being goddamn simp nigga Jesus, I feel like if we had our way, we should be able to take him outside, strap him to a goddamn wheel, and whip him like Denzel in Glory, and say, "Nigga, did you learn your lesson for saying all that dumb cuck shit? And you the biggest simp cock bussy dookie eating cheater in the fucking history of nigga conda. You done said all that goofy shit, and here you are here lying. Like this motherfucker has done fucked up and full up so many grandeur dreams. Like I gotta do a show. This nigga goes to a cult church. This nigga's from a cult church where it's a bunch of women that be saying they have sex demons in them and shit and all kind of crazy shit. Like
Um,
this nigga, they fucked up. Like they're fucked up.
but how many people come up here perpetrating a fraud? And I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
How many people come up here perpetrating a fraud?
Yep.
Shit, girl, I done lost Kelly. I done lost count. I listen.
They tell you to your face, BMT. I'm not even going to say a name. I'll say a dude in the manosphere. I've heard him say it time and time again. I'm here to get paid.
Hey, like I said, I listen. I hear you. I do. Oh, I hear you. I listen, Kelly. I got no smoke again. Listen, I get it. See, here's what I learned. Let me tell you. Let me be honest.
It's like the streets,
People these
man. It's just different product.
people these days are looking for something to believe in because they're so destitutely broken.
Facts.
So they're looking for something to believe in, whether it be a man, a woman, a symbol, an icon, hell, a goddamn feel good teaching. You know what I'm saying? Everybody looking for that. That's why, like, when people were like ideally like looking at it, well, this man is gonna be my savior. This woman's gonna be my savior. Like, no, motherfuckers. Like, ain't nobody coming to unfuck y'all fucked up fuckery. Y'all just fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to go get.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now.
All right, am I clear? Am I echoing at all?
No, you're echoing. You're fine.
No, you're good.
All right, all right. Well, like my take on it, right? This outrage, right, that y'all feel, it drove him to be top trending number 10 on YouTube like a day ago. Like I never expected to see Derek Jackson on trending on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But it's the outrage that drove it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he probably got people that really fuck with him and his wife that's that's following this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's down with him. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, y'all driving it by even speaking about it. It's to me, it's insane. Like I really don't give a fuck what that nigga do. Like he could do whatever. And the truth is, like what I've learned is that it's all fair in love and war. You know what I'm saying? Like we're all hypocrites. We're all motherfucking human. We all got our vices, our goods, the bad, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm gonna shut up for a second.
Okay. No, you're fine. It's like I said. It's night owl. It's night owl talk. So now I'm holding that nigga. I'm holding that nigga's feet to the fire because just the same way he didn't mind name dropping dudes and black men and shitting on them and shitting on us and everything. Fuck that. You can get this work, motherfucker. You can go ahead and take that goddamn lynching of verbal abuse. You didn't mind doing it for your to get paid, motherfucker. It goes vice versa. Some y'all don't care. Hey, I will tell
But
y'all.
what are you gonna? But how is he getting lynched though?
Oh yeah. Oh,
That's
trust and believe. He getting it.
that's
You
what I
see,
don't
no matter.
understand. Like, how is this? Um, how is all this infamy hurting him?
Oh, see, he first of
Like,
all he losing money. He
how?
definitely he's losing money, losing followers because he makes his coin off of social media. That's how he makes his money. Social media, social media is his driving
Like,
force. So we can
look,
talk about and put
there
all
was
his shit
a.
out there as much as we want.
I saw Derek Jackson being mentioned on a nationally televised motherfucking like platform.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you saying he losing shit, but currently like whatever the fuck he's doing is fucking working.
How's it working?
He's right. He's right though because all publicity is good. Look at Kim Kardashian.
That's that's
How did she get it popping?
that's something totally different. Listen, Kim Kardashian and Derek Jackson, two different things.
Well, I'm
Listen,
just saying.
Like
I get what
I'm
you're trying to get
personally
at.
I'm not gonna hate on him. Like that nigga
That's
life
fine.
is his life. You know what I'm saying? Like the same way my life is my life, right?
Uh-huh.
I could get online right now, right, and paint y'all a fucking great picture. Like I'm, even though I I might seem right now to be like kind of ignorant or whatever, like I could paint very great pictures. And then suddenly some shit'll pop up and it'll be a hypocrisy against everything that I've done. Is that gonna honestly like drive you against me? But then again, you're speaking from the MRA fucking man's rights activist goddamn perspective, and he's on the opposite end, right?
I
But
don't
then
know what you're
he's
talking
doing
about.
the
I
exact
don't know what you're
same
talking-
shit.
The men's rights activist group. What the hell is that?
All right, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, bro.
I
You
don't.
know what I'm talking about.
No.
All right, I'm not
You ain't
going to
about
spell
you
it out for
you
you.
ain't about to attach me to no damn shit. You ain't about to attach me to no
All right,
shit. Hell,
all right.
they've been trying to attach me to goddamn MAGA for goddamn a whole goddamn a whole damn 4 years. Shit. I'm
Well,
dodged out.
define the position where you're coming
To find the vision, I'm talking as a man that is in the home that is literally calling out a fuck nigga that has literally said all kind of dumb shit that literally has so many biases that has fucked up homes, that has said all kind of shit. If you was watching my shit, we even had a man who was married that literally Derek fucked up his relationship, and literally this nigga is doing the same shit he was calling out. Now, mind you, we're not gonna pretend like social media does not influence people. We're not gonna pretend that it's not a real thing. So so literally a man that is literally, and let's be honest, the only reason why Derek get away with this shit is he's a pretty nigga. Let Derek have been some fat, ugly, greasy, stinky nigga, Derek would not be getting away with this shit. Derek is not. I get tired of niggas saying Derek is just like us. Derek is not like you. Derek got more money than most of y'all. Derek has a bigger following than y'all. Like the women listen to Derek. They don't listen to y'all. So the fact that the women themselves are like, oh, this motherfucker got his whole woman looking crazy as fuck. Crazy as fuck. We're not gonna pretend if motherfuckers don't mind shutting down social media platforms because of the influence that they can have on somebody. Let's be honest. That means, mind you, I think his subscriber base is over 700,000.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has a voice. He has a
I
voice.
think BMT, you're basically just saying in a roundabout way, like you said before, accountability, and you do it on every side.
Right.
It all around the board. It's about accountability. So I get it.
I'm
I
just
listened
saying.
to him a few times. I'll be honest. A few years ago, I thought it was corny. It was too playbook.
Right.
I never subscribed. Watched a few videos and that was it.
Like I said, I've heard him a few times. I've seen him on Facebook. You know what I'm saying, Kelly? And I'm like,
Mhm.
damn, like okay, like I listen. I'm like, then after I see more videos and more videos and more videos and more videos, and like, why is this motherfucker always sitting in the car talking and shit, and then always doing reaction videos? Which I mean, shout out to him and his reaction videos, but he'll always do reaction videos and always have something to say about what men are doing. Then he'll be like, Queen, you don't have to accept this shit. You strong, independent, some kind of dookie bloop, blah blah blah. It was all kind of crazy shit. And after that, I was like, damn. And women were like, oh my god, I love this man. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, damn. I'm not mad at. Listen, we're not mad. I'm just like, listen, I'm holding you accountable. And when I hold you accountable, it is what it is. You can't. I don't like. I hate when motherfuckers say, hey, what's the point? Then I'll be like, well, what's the point of y'all jumping on white people saying y'all want them to be accountable? Don't do that. So now all of a sudden nigga fucks up. Guess what? Hold this nigga feet to the flame. Hold him to the flame. He wanna represent married black men, say black men don't cheat and stuff. Mind you, that came out of his fucking mouth and shit. Now all of a sudden, hey, Bitch, you a whole fucking cheater. You a whole, oh, nice guys, they deserve the good women. I'm a high value, I do XYZ. Nigga be having dating seminars and shit. Got his wife looking like some kind of crazy ass pick me. Nah, nigga. Hold that L,
That
bro.
that kind of makes me think see, that takes me to think that this is potentially staged, because why would he bring his wife? And I'm not saying she's very pretty, okay? She her face, she's very pretty.
She's stupid to me.
But
Yeah.
I
Either
don't
she
understand why he would bring his wife out like that. And
he don't give a fuck. They part listen, I'm telling you right now, Kelly, they part of a cult. They part of a fucking cult. And I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that shit tomorrow. I'm gonna show their church. Their church is a fucking cult. Niggas gonna be waking the fuck up with me. I told y'all about
What denomination are they?
so there's some kind of
Do they speak in
Christian
tongues or some
super.
shit?
No, they do more than that. They call out demons and
They
shit.
do more than that.
They call out demons, sex demons, all that religious shit that they do. They on some on hell, somehow this nigga's a fucking preacher. I mean, he's a minister also. How is he a minister? I don't know. The last time I checked, when a minister fucks up, you sit his ass all the fuck down. This bitch somehow is saving souls. I don't know what soul he's saving, but hey, we know that the easiest place to go get
Oh,
pussy
so that's
is at the
why.
church.
That's why. Okay.
What's why?
I see. Me
You know what I mean?
personally, like I'm not really that religious. You know what I'm saying? I don't really understand that part of life. Well, I do, but then again, like I just don't give a fuck. But like you are religious, and this shit matters to you, right? And
About what?
I guess, right? If someone like hypocrisy and all that shit, right? If someone says there's a certain way and fails to live up to that certain standard, it fucks with you, right?
not
No,
necessarily. I'm
no.
not religious, but I'm spiritual.
And the thing about it is, we're just calling them out. Like we're calling them out. I mean, that's
Yeah,
nothing wrong.
you calling him out, but at the same time, like you're saying that he's losing money. Is he really though? If he's top 10 trending on YouTube,
That don't mean he's getting money.
oh my god, bro.
What does that mean? Do you know how YouTube works? Like when it comes to getting money?
Yeah, I know exactly how YouTube works.
Okay, but if you're
And I
losing,
know that if you're
if you're
top
losing
10 trending,
subscribers,
like you got a bunch of eyes on you. Like
if
that
you,
shit fucking matters.
just because you have eyes on you, right, don't mean you're getting money. I don't know why people think that. Like, doesn't mean you're getting money. Like, you know what? Trump had a lot of eyes on him, right? But his business was
And
losing money.
Trump was actually getting money.
Trump was losing money. He was losing money. A lot of his business was affected because people were doing shit to try to affect his business by trying to bring out his taxes, trying to bring out his. Sometimes, yeah, you can get that publicity, you can get that energy, but is it the energy you want?
Me personally, like I don't see what the fucking hubbub is. Like that nigga personal life is his personal life.
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't have brought it on the internet. Shit is fucking stupid. It's a spectacle, and it was a publicity stunt for real.
Well, actually the Ho brought it on. They reported on it, and now he and his wife have to address it. Which technically, I would have been like, "Yo, I mean, it's honestly a Will and Jada scenario. It's almost a Will and Jada scenario where, hey, shit just happened. We're gonna have to just play it as is. Just play it as is. Put on the smile, drink some coffee, sit at these desks, and just handle it. You know what I'm saying? No, the topic is anything. Julie, the topic is anything. You know what I'm saying? They ain't no. They like I
Just
said, if something would have happened between a couple, right? Nobody knows it unless somebody come out there and spills and starts putting out the information.
But if they
And
reconcile the shit, that's between them, right? Like let them motherfuckers live.
not if that's your business, because that's like TD Jakes. If TD Jakes is out there fucking women, and he has a church called the Potter's House that's for women, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, okay, sorry,
But
Julie.
what
But see, the thing about it is, if he has the Potter's House, he his business is predominantly women, and now the women are like, well, motherfucker, explain this. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? No, Julie. See, look at the correlation. It's called damage control. You feel me? Damage control. Jada and Will did damage control for the Smith brand, right? They did damage control. They said, listen, we handle this. You know what I'm saying? I remember for a while, shit, people were using the word entanglement. Hell, Will Smith's picture of him with his eyes red is now a meme of Will. It went from Michael Jordan, now Will Smith is now a meme. So now forevermore, he is looked at as a crying meme. Not only that, you also have it where Jaden and Willow, their kids, and their other son, I forgot, we don't know his other name, they will forever be seeing that issue of their family forever, forever, forever on the internet. Because nobody's gonna ever forget. Hell, August Alsina got a whole goddamn song about it. So motherfuckers are making goddamn songs. People are making all kind of memes, videos, and parodies about the shit. Shit. I'm sorry, Derek. Your girl and y'all gonna have to live this shit forever and ever and ever. So motherfuckers can try to play it like, oh yeah, it's not that big of a deal. But anytime she go on Facebook, anytime she do something, people can just throw this and splash it in their face. And ain't shit they can do about it. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Now they gotta go play it and deal with it. You know, just you
I
just
guess,
got
didn't they? I mean, people did that with Ti and Tiny.
shit. You see what it did to them, right? You see how it started off as a little thing, and now look at their brand. Done, done,
So
done.
look, I'm looking at Julie 24, right? She says it don't work that way at Hooded One. Derek Jackson is a relationship guru, so his personal relationship matters. So so is he still in that same personal relationship? Did they reconcile that shit? Like
They're
that's
going through shit right now. They're going through shit right now.
that's between them two. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not between me and you and this mother man, fuck man, that nigga is not that like I'm not getting it. Like fuck
Well, I
him.
mean,
Like
we can't help you if you don't get it. We can't help you if you don't get it. I just saying, if you can't get it, if everybody else get it, we can't help you. We can't help you. You know what I'm saying? We gotta just leave you behind on that. Like, can't help you if you don't get it. If Kelly and I,
if they can
and
get through it, if those motherfuckers if they're still right beside each other on camera talking about this shit, they're getting through it. But y'all motherfuckers y'all are the ones that are making it bigger than what the fuck it actually is. You know what I'm saying?
you
It's
know,
only a thing because you're talking about it. You know what
nah,
I'm saying? It wouldn't be a thing. Like even if it was a big issue with them, they probably got over that shit. Fucking when did this happen? What
nah,
year did it happen?
What
actually,
listen,
just
Hooded
now.
One,
What year
Yeah,
did it
you wait.
happen?
Yeah, I don't even think you watched any of this stuff because
this
you,
Pandora's box has really just opened
yeah,
because
they
both
got a lot more to go through. They got a lot more shit to go
or two
through.
women have came forward.
When
Believe
did it
me,
happen? I mean, like, when did this shit happen?
within the last few days, it happened. It
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is, when did he fuck the chick?
Not too long ago, and actually, he has quite a few more women are coming out the closet. So,
Yeah.
listen, the more women that come out, oh, the juicier they get, and the juicier they get. Listen, you're gonna need more than just Jesus and prayer to help you. We gonna have fun. Everybody gonna eat off of this goddamn check. We all about to make some meals and shit. God
God
damn it.
damn, man.
So we all gonna make
I
some
ain't
meals.
shit I could say to help this nigga.
Nope, nope. So just step to the side, buddy. Step to the side. You don't want you to get caught up. You don't want you to get caught up in that. So you know what I'm saying? He like I said, he put himself out there. He want to speak on accountability for black men. He want to speak on women. You could do better. Well, shit, woman, wife, Miss Jackson, you could do better, but you being stupid. You standing by that goddamn booty eating nigga, a nigga that done been eating coochie and booty of other IG hoes on social media, and you gotta kiss his lips. Like, hell no. Like that, you just stupid. All kind of stupid. But then again, now that we see the church that y'all go to, and oh, I'm gonna drag that church. That's gonna be even more fun for me tomorrow. Cult churches and what they do to relationships. That's gonna be a good one. Um, and then we also got the what else shit that we got to talk about.
Hey, what bugged me out though is that you said they talk about sex demons and shit. So they into that succubus incubus bullshit or like what the fuck?
That's a cult church. I'm gonna go over that. I'm gonna go over that later on.
Later
I'm
on
gonna-
today, he's doing a show about that.
yeah, I'm doing that later on. I'm gonna do that later. So, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and get all that stuff together. It's wild. It's
I
wild.
mean, at least some YouTubers, like, will tell you, look, I ain't shit. I may be able to give you some information. I may be able to tell you certain things, but I ain't shit when it comes to this. You know? So at least they're being forthcoming. I mean, his whole, I guess, shtick was, being a good man and women, you can do better and, blah, 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 blah.
I'm just saying
So
exactly
he was
like
just griffing.
here's the thing about it. When people listen, it's just one of the chores of being an influencer or a content creator. Listen, I have no problem talking or telling y'all about my fuck ups. I don't have no problem doing that. Why? Because see, I know. Listen, I'm not. Listen, I'll let y'all know I am a man that bleeds, cries, shit, farts, and fucks and eats it. I do it all. So that way, listen, I don't try to. That's why I keep it. That's why I stay fair and balanced. I get on Democrats. I get on Republicans. I get on blacks, whites, Asians, Hispanics, gays. I get on everybody. I don't spare no type of expense. Why? So that way I don't play favorites. There, no nigga. You gonna get this goddamn butt plug up that ass of accountability, nigga. You gonna get this work. Everybody gonna get to drag you. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
The Breakfast Club is already dragging him. Everybody on different news stations and shit is dragging him. That I don't know what that nigga gonna do, but he gonna have to figure something out. Now that we know about your church, oh, you know it's gonna get a lot more nasty for that damn church for you. So the next thing that we're gonna talk about is now we have it where we got niggas. We got the people talking about Asian lives matter. They ain't safe. They dealing with all kind of hostility and shit. And
Where?
and that they're in fear of their life and shit. And what should we do with guns?
Where are they in fear of their life at?
I don't know, Kelly. Honestly, I thought those motherfuckers knew martial arts and shit and had weapons and were connected to the Triad and the Foot Clan. But I guess we wrong. I guess we wrong about that. So
Shit, my interest is at that damn border. I'm pissed off about that, but I rant about that.
okay. So what do we worry? So who do we worry about now? Do we worry about the Hispanics? Do we push the black kids back to the back again? Or do we go to the goddamn the Asian kids? I mean, right now the white kid, he's the terrorist number one again. I don't know how he got back up there. Somehow he just keep getting put back on the bookshelf. Um, Honestly, I don't even know about this one, Kelly, because honestly, I don't see how Asians feel threatened. I
Me,
don't. But they say they feel threatened. You know
my
what I'm
my question would be to anybody that says that it's not from here. Like, okay, try being a native to this land per se, and being in fear of your life. Then talk to me.
saying? Mm-hmm. You know, I,
'Cause,
Hey, look. I don't know about y'all, but like I grew up in the hood, and I ain't even gonna front. Like there was this one time. You remember there was this Nas song, right? It's one mic, right? Nas, one
yep,
mic.
yep.
And in this music video, Nas is walking down the street while there's a bunch of people running in the opposite direction against him, right? Motherfuckers is shooting in his direction. Now, that exact same shit happened to me while I was listening to that song when the guys who were running in the opposite direction that I was walking had shot an Asian lady in her head.
when
They
all this happened.
robbed the fucking store in Virginia. I was like fucking 14 at the time. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'll never forget that shit. I was literally listening to the exact same song when the exact same scenario happened. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm not going to say that Asian people got it hard everywhere, but Asian people do get it hard. Like, it's not
Where?
a fucking joke.
Where they getting hard at? You're gonna tell me
I
some
just
time.
told you.
You told me about a Asian person getting shot. We can pull up more
All
news
right,
clips
it was
on.
anecdotal evidence. It was anecdotal. All right, some shit that I actually saw. All right, you can discredit it all you
No,
want.
no, no. We
That's
ain't this.
cool.
Did I say I'm discrediting it?
I'm not
I'm
saying
just.
you are, but I said you could.
I've seen multiple black men shot. Just
Yeah, I'm
like
about to say like, yeah, I can pull up goddamn. I just
Yeah,
literally
I
did a
have
story
too.
about all
I
the
have
whole
too.
black family get shot. What you saying? We just what you saying?
I, I have too. I have too. But that shit was
So
fucked up.
you saying about an
That shit was
Asian?
fucked up, bro.
You're just saying one
That
Asian
shit
gets
was
shot.
fucked
I'm
up.
trying to figure out who's running down and beating up Asian people. If
this.
Asian, if you're saying Asians feel that threatened, why are they setting up goddamn
Nowadays,
stores?
though, it's a
Now,
little bit
hold on,
different. Like,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. If Asians feel that threatened, right? Why are the majority of their stores in the hood? What sense that make? Why would you put your store in the hood or in a low income area that is full of violence? Why would you? That's like putting the meat or the chicken in front of the Tasmanian devil. Like, come on now, you can't be that damn afraid of your life. You that afraid? Instead of you going to a nice suburb area, you gonna go to the area where there's guns, drinking, looting, shooting, and goddamn everybody goddamn knows some dude that knows somebody that literally is a gangbanger from goddamn Tony and goddamn Tony Montana. Like, no. Mm-mm.
I'm not gonna lie. Here, I live in the hood. Every beauty supply shop you walk in, it's Asian behind the
Right,
counter.
right. So somehow they afraid that much, but they move around us.
Yeah, it's
Okay. That's what I be trying to figure out. Like, damn, I had to go ask them, like, y'all afraid that much, but y'all move around the terrorists of the goddamn USA. Come on, bro. Did you get lost? Did you get lost? How did you? They don't have no problem. We coming there ordering goddamn Chinese food. When we coming in there buying weed, they make their money off it. They ain't in that much fear of their life.
$1 billion business.
They ain't in that much damn fear of their life. Who running them down? Ain't nobody running them motherfucking down. Shit, I be buying goddamn video games every day that are goddamn Japanese, Asian, Taiwan. I watch anime every day. Ain't nobody saying that.
Me.
Nobody telling these motherfuckers that. Stop. Stop. If they were that afraid, they wouldn't be opening up their shop. They would. I would not. I would be opening up my shop in the safest place. As I'm saying, some of this shit is full of shit. I don't give a fuck how people feel. Hold on, you got some feedback, Hard Talk Radio. You got some feedback going on, man.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
You got feedback in the back, man. You got feedback in the back.
You probably gotta close your YouTube or something, man.
What?
But man, yeah, I'm interested to know if he had something to chime in on that topic.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
So,
go ahead.
I mean, the thing is why I believe the reason why they put those liquor stores in the black neighborhoods because the white neighborhoods and other neighborhoods are catch on because they know you bring alcohol into that neighborhood. You know, liquor stores, you're gonna have alcoholics. People soon become alcoholics, or you bring in the wrong type of crowd.
But they have ABC stores in the community. They got wineries and stuff. I lived in mixed community. White people, goddamn, right outside their goddamn neighborhood, they had. Listen, a community with money has a place where they can go get liquor. That's a fact.
Right. You'd have the thing is like, I mean, other neighborhoods they're probably smart enough to like when you have those wines, the liquor stores, you have the you have the liquor stores in metropolitan areas. You don't have those liquor stores in neighborhoods where close to suburbs or where there's families there. You know what I mean?
You're right. You're right.
And it's like the Arabs go to liquor store in black neighborhoods because it's tolerated there.
What do you mean? White people got it too. Everybody has it.
Yeah, but you don't have it like on every corner though. That's the thing.
Oh, you talking about every corner? Like you talking about
right now, right? I'm in Iowa right now, and there's fucking liquor stores everywhere. It's all white people here. Bars, liquor stores on every fucking corner. And we are we're a minute part of the population out here. Like, it's the same shit happening.
Yeah, Iowa's pretty white.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, I don't know how your ass is like that. You call a hooded one and you in here. Iowa. How the hell that happened?
I came out here for work. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. I'm about to say, how the hell you end up
here? Jobs out here.
Yeah. Oh, I get you. Go where the money go. Go where the money go. Now, like I said, white people. I don't know why y'all think other races don't drink. They drink. They just don't.
My fam. What?
Most they drink, but it's just.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they drink, but the thing is like it's not like saturated like they don't. I mean, I know every other ethnic group they got problems in the neighborhoods. You got alcoholics in every ethnic group. You got K2 heads in every ethnic group. It's just the thing is just like for some when you have those liquor stores, it's sometimes you bring in the wrong type of crowd. That's the thing. That's just how it is. I mean, you have people hanging around the corner. You know what I mean? And I don't think they have that in white neighborhoods where people are just hanging around the corner 24 in broad daylight 24/7. But you have that in black neighborhoods.
There's look, check this out, right? I felt fucked up, right? I walked up to a liquor store, right? And there was this little white kid standing on the side of the corner. I already knew what he was doing, right? And all my friends walked over to him, started talking to him like, yo, what is you doing? Why are you out here late at night? Blah, 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 blah. And the nigga said his parents were strung out. He needed money. You know what I'm saying? So they all gave him money and shit. But I didn't. You know what I'm saying? Because I already knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? Shit is fucked up in these neighborhoods. Like, the shit that you see in black neighborhoods, it's happening out here too. Like, no lie.
Well, you gotta understand something also, though. You gotta understand something also. Remember when there was
the same.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Go now. Okay, so go ahead and finish up Hooded One. Then we'll pass it over to Talk Radio, and then after we'll get it over to Kelly.
the drugs are different. Like everybody drink, you know what I'm saying? But the drugs are different, and that's what really fucks my head up. Like back home, like you already know, all I saw was crack. Maybe once in a while I saw heroin, whatever. But out here, like I'm glad I grew up in the ghetto. I'm glad I grew up where I grew up.
Mhm.
Because these motherfuckers have fucked up lives. So your parents strung out on meth, like I don't think y'all understand the significance of that. Like that shit is fucked up, bro. But anyway,
Uh, okay, go ahead, talk radio. What's up?
Yeah, I was saying that you have like remember when they had drugs was killing the black neighborhoods, okay? And then when they just said just say no to drugs, but then when the drugs start getting into the suburbs, start getting into white communities, you had white girls coming over to the black communities for the drugs. Now all of a sudden it was a problem now. Now all of a sudden now it's a big concern when it came with the opium. And that's what it is. That's probably what it is in other states now.
So
It wasn't
okay,
bad of a problem when blacks were getting hooked on drugs, but then when the whites start getting hooked on drugs, now we got to come together. Now we got to come and try and help everybody. I remember Dave Chappelle did a joke about that. Hey, just say no to drugs, and it was true. You know, when the blacks were getting hooked on the drugs, it was okay, but when the whites start getting hooked on it, now we have a problem.
Absolutely, and it then they went to the extent of giving them the dope. Basically, this whole opioid thing started as, excuse me, potentially the soccer mom drug, and then it spread out throughout the communities. And then when they seen that happen, they were like, "Oh hell no, the white people can't be strung out. Let's hurry up and build some clinics and give them drug court so that we're not throwing them in prison." They went to long stretches to make sure that white people were not affected the way black people were. Now, were some white families affected that way? Yes, where it did break up their family, they got their kids took, etc., but never what the crack did in the 80s, slash
oh
90s.
no, that shit is fucked up right now. It's fucked up right now. And I look, I grew up in the aftermath of the '80s, right? In fucking Newport News, Virginia. I done seen motherfuckers. Man, I'm a little fucking boy. I'm asleep in my bedroom. All I hear is I get up, I look out my side room mirror, I see a bitch sucking dick on the corner for some crack. All right. Now look, out here, it's the exact same shit. But the thing is, it's I'm not going to. Yeah. It is less violent. You know what I'm saying? Like you ain't got a dead body every day out here like it was where I grew up. You know what I'm saying? But niggas out here doing some wild shit. It's fucked up. Like you trying to downplay this epidemic, like in a lot of ways, I think it's worse. Have you ever actually seen a person that was like tweaking off of meth? Like
Good
they
question.
got
I
all
don't
the
really know
sores.
I don't know what it looks like, but I've seen people around here like they're swinging their arms around, walking
they
crazy.
were able to
Do
curb the
you know
message.
the symptoms of a person who is on meth? Like
Yeah, I
you could
noticed.
easily just see it. Like
But
they got sores all on their face, on their arms, because like prolonged meth use make you delusional and make you feel like you got some shit crawling on you, and so they start picking on it and shit. Like that shit is all it's fucked up,
That
and
has
it's a lot of people.
that
so,
hasn't
It's a
hit that
lot of
hard here yet.
so the thing about it is this. Listen, uh, the difference of how they treated the crack epidemic versus the meth epidemic is night and day. They're not.
Yeah, it is.
They're not.
They let
They're
these
not
niggas
doing. They're
breathe
not
out
doing.
here.
They're not doing paddy wagons. They weren't. They're not doing the thing where they dragging whole people up and all that stuff. Like it. You have years and years of effect. Meth has been here. I mean, now, yeah, it's bad. Don't get wrong. I mean, I live neighbor to the trailer park, so I mean, like I said, I done seen them have whole shootouts, Beverly Hillbilly, meth lab shootouts and shit. I done seen all that damn crazy.
Beverly
So,
Hillbillies.
no, listen, them boy, listen. I'm sorry. The neighborhood drug niggas don't be fighting back with the cop like the rednecks do. The rednecks be have a whole Call of Duty battlefield shootout with these motherfuckers. And that ain't how drug dealers do. They just go
Shit,
willingly.
you ain't been to Virginia, my boy.
Well, I mean, guess what? At the end of the day, the motherfucker will go to court and they come right on out. Now, regardless of all that shit, the epidemic is bad. These
And they let
motherfuckers.
them keep their kids BMT. Don't forget that.
Oh, no, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the 70s and the 80s, shit's just bad. Like, I mean, like, listen, we had to the point where they had to have the 94 crime bill. You know what I'm saying? I don't see no fucking crime bill for the opioid pandemic. You know why? But they were like, we got to get these people to rehab.
Mhm.
They weren't saying that shit for no damn crackhead. They were like, your ass going to fucking jail. I mean, yeah, you might get a good program that you can go to school in or get your shit together there. Or, you know, we got a lot of crack babies run still and a lot of babies from HIV and AIDS and all that stuff. You know, all that damn getting fucked in your ass while you high and shit on that damn PCP and shit. I done know all that stuff. So you got all these things that's going on. Y'all, listen, man. Like I said, I know sometimes we get caught up on Struggle Olympics, but the shit ain't hot. It wasn't hot like that, you know. Um, just looking at the climate right now, for how it's going with drugs, like these kids nowadays, they doing acid, they doing PCP, they doing Molly's, Percocet. They honestly, like I said, um, they literally like putting. I swear, all the hot drugs you got to put it in your ass or some shit. That's how I know. Like I said, it's a wild world these days. That's the only way you can get the full on effect. I said, you know what? I'm gonna just stick to weed. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, I mean, I could just smoke that shit, or I could just put it in a cookie or a brownie or some shit. Not these motherfuckers. No, they you got to put the goddamn put it, under your tongue and rub it on your gums and put a pill in your ass and have a good time and run out there and it's all kind of crazy shit. That's why these people are cutting off their dicks and jumping off cliffs and shit. So,
Yeah.
Hunter Biden, yeah, he a drug addict. He for the crack epidemic. He fucked up, Julie. We can't help that thing. Biden even said his son is a goddamn battling addicted crackhead. So, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know how bad it was. You know, these motherfuckers, they even most of the politicians back in the day, they were doing coke. They were doing coke. You know what I'm saying? DC, that mayor, coke. Detroit, coke. Fucking Virginia, I guess crackhead. I see it. I mean, I guess everybody. I mean, crack was one hell of a drug. You know
Uh,
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, even a Nixon aide just admitted, a couple of weeks ago, that the war on drugs was really the war on black people because they were voting Democrat.
So, the thing about it is this. When it comes to the goddamn the drug shit, honestly, that's a war that it ain't going. Good luck getting rid of that. That ain't the war on drugs ain't gonna ever end. You might as well go ahead and blow up a country.
that would kind of be an oxymoron if the Reagan administration put the shit out here. So
Nixon. Well, I don't know about the Reagan, but a Nixon presidential aide, a former, he said that that was what it was. The war on drugs was really the war on black people, and that's why they flooded the neighborhoods with drugs.
One of the reasons why I said fuck it, I'ma stay out here. I saw this dude tweaking on meth, right? This nigga stripped butt naked and ran across the fucking Walmart parking lot, right? And you know what the police did? It was a white dude though. You know what the police did? They grabbed him, put him in the car, and they literally just drove him home.
Well,
Just took them home.
you technically could consider that a mental health issue too. I've seen people do that, and
But in Virginia, right, where I come from, you either going to jail or you're going to the psych ward. They
right.
drove this man home.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never heard of that. You're right. It's either the psych
Yeah,
ward or the
that
jail.
shit bugged me the fuck
They may
out.
have known him. That's the thing. The police may have known him. He may have been
And it's
somebody's
not
relative, or worse, another cop's son or daughter.
it's not an isolated incident. Like laws out here are a little bit laxer, you know what I'm saying, than where I'm from. Where I'm from, if you get caught like that, your ass is going to the psych ward or jail.
I'm
Pick one.
saying that they're in a more controlled uh, area where everybody just about knows everybody. So it's a lot different where because y'all know each other, y'all can literally the cop at the end of the day, a cop can catch motherfuckers doing shit, and it's up to them to discern whether they want to take that person to jail or not. Like that's literally their choice. You know what I'm saying? Like they make the final call. So if he don't know your way, he be like, I'm not taking you to jail. Well, I'm not you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take you to rehab, just throwing your ass in the goddamn cell, you know?
Well, they
So
even say here if a cop. Oh, I don't go ahead, BMT. I didn't mean to cut you
no
off.
no no no, I'm just saying like, you know, it's night and day. You pick your poison on if who you want, you know, what how's it going? You know, shout out to they're starting to do their little police reform, you know. They're doing the police reform thing now where now Florida police they now arrested 3 cops. You know what I'm saying? For goddamn fucking with the goddamn money. You know, they were taking money and using it towards their own, you know, means of money and pleasure. You know what I'm saying? That's good. So that means hold these motherfuckers accountable. That's the only thing I ask for. You know, the motherfucker do it, whether he a cop or not, hold that bitch accountable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
you know what I'm saying?
They
Here,
still have to hold Elijah McCain's killers accountable. Those cops.
No, I agree. I agree. You know, they should be held accountable also. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even know what scenario that is.
Oh, that's a real. I'll send you that story, Kelly. That's
Okay.
a really sad story. You know, you know, a lot of these men don't. Very few people talk about that. They'll talk about all the injustices, but they don't ever talk about Elijah McCain. And that was a young boy, that literally, um, he just got caught in the wrong place. He's anemic. You know how anemic they get cold very
Mm-hmm.
easily.
Yeah,
And
the team. Iron. Yeah.
right, so he pretty much, you know, the cops thought somebody called in and reported that he was stealing, or he was a thief, and they just took it too far. They they beat him, to death, and then after that, they try to resuscitate him, and his brain was beaten in so badly he just died again. But they OD'd him, they overdosed him on Kimbutine. So he just died again. So he died twice. You know, and while they were beating him, he was puking and crying and screaming and just getting fucked up. So,
Wow. Oh
yep,
my God.
that's all one time.
Well, I mean, we've even okay. You asked the police here, like, man, because where I'm at, basically right around the corner, it's the whole stroll. So it's people everywhere all the time. I mean, typically not when it's cold, but they're out here, and they'll straight up tell you, we got other stuff we got to deal with. We're not worried about the prostitution and the drug sales over there. We're worried about the shootings and bigger things. So they're not going to waste their time in trying to stop any one of these women or men who are doing whatever they're doing out here, because they have, in their
Yeah,
words, other stuff to do.
right. No, I agree. Uh, and going to that matter, the legalization of prostitution. You know, I gotta get to the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have a problem with them legalizing it. I don't have a problem with them. I'm like, fuck it, go ahead, legalize it. If it can be, if it can be state sanctioned, yep, go ahead.
And safer, go for
Yep.
it. I mean, I'm not mad. A lot of the, and so, I guess some people would look down on others, and I don't do that. Just the other day in the liquor store, I swear, there was a guy in there that was drunk and slow at the same time, and he was looking at this little girl. I don't know if I told you this, BMD. Did I tell you this?
Uh,
And there's about 8 guys and the dude was about to whoop his ass. I don't know if he had a gun or what he had. And I could tell he was slow. And I knew he was intoxicated. So I just kind of grabbed him by the arm and was like, come on, man, let's go. And he looked at me like, what? I don't know you. I'm like, just come with me. Come on, let's go. To just get him out the door.
mhm.
Because I didn't want to see that happen.
Right.
And I think he was just trying to express that. I would hope in my mind, my good side wants to say he was trying to express that the daughter, she was cute, okay, like in a non-harmful, like he's not trying to be harmful.
Mhm.
So, and anyway, so I got him headed to the door, and then he stopped again and turned back. And then the guy really snapped, but luckily 2 other guys came to the door and they helped me get him out the door to avoid the confrontation.
Right.
It's like it gets crazy. This store right on the corner has been shot up a couple times. People sitting outside. So I don't know. I guess you take, and of course, on the other corner, there's a church. It's, do you see the same thing in the same, areas? It's just like a repeat. Wash, rinse,
Nah,
repeat.
you're a regular superwoman.
How was that regular Superwoman?
Cause me personally, I've seen a dude do the same thing, right? And I'm the only one there, right? And so I have to put him in his place. Like,
Look, man, I was
why?
trying to not see gunfire and avoid that. That's it. That
That
Sometimes,
shit pissed me
sometimes the
off,
best thing you
yo.
can do is play it down. It
Talking
just play
about
down.
little goddamn girls and shit. Like, that shit is fucking gross, nigga.
Well, well the thing about it is this. So, in saying that, uh, like I said, I'm all for doggone doggone what we were saying, that sex being legalized. So that way it could be more so of a controlled type of thing. People can get tested, they can get looked at. The women and men are more in a safer environment, um, and literally they can make money. If that's what they want to do, I mean that's their choice. Well, I got no
Well,
You
problem with
know, I
that.
heard
I
about
disagree
it.
with it. I disagree with
Go
it.
ahead, you can go ahead and state your opinion.
Well, for me, it's just like having the sex trade legalized. It's just gonna, you know, I don't know if you know about Decrim New York. It's an organization that's trying to legalize sex work, and they're trying to right now. And in Ohio State University, they're having a course in OnlyFans. They're trying to, make this normal. So now you have regular women, are going to have to be competing with women who are sex workers and think that's a regular job. So, for fathers trying to teach their daughters to, keep themselves, have respect for their bodies, they're gonna be competing now with women who don't have to do that. And they're gonna be like, well, what's the sense of keeping myself, respecting my body when I can make money off of it? And I can really make a career, because right now in Ohio State University, they're having courses in OnlyFans. OnlyFans.
So here's the thing about it. I think women have always known the girls who have sewn their ass. Like I'm pretty sure Kelly has always known of the females that have stole their ass and dropped their drawers. we're not gonna think that women are stupid to not, do that. I'm pretty sure they're smart to make discernment. Like just because one
Shit,
female,
my aunt did it.
right? That don't mean that she's gonna do it. Like just because I don't think we're giving the women
Wait,
enough credit to like think that they don't know better. That's like a
No,
man that sells drugs. Like that don't mean everybody gonna sell
BMT.
drugs. So
Wait,
that don't mean every other dude gonna sell drugs. Just doesn't mean that he's choosing that type of line of work or behavior. You know what I'm saying? So
then we go
some
back to accountability.
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
All right.
saying.
Well,
Like
but look though,
so
there's places where prostitution is legal. I think one of them is like Sweden, right? Is it Sweden where they got that crazy ass red light district where bitches
Amsterdam.
be
That's
hanging?
Amsterdam.
Where is it?
That's Amsterdam.
Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Well, well, women in Amsterdam, regular women, don't fuck with the dudes that be on the red light district. They don't fuck with them at all. If they hear they don't like those dudes, they don't fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? Like they
well, my thing is like the fact is you also have different other problems like now, but you also have the fact of people trying to normalize different things like that. Like you have college professors trying to normalize pedophilia, and so with that coming into play, you have people trying to lower the age of consent. So what about that? You see, you have a whole bunch of things in the works, you know,
Okay, but
looking for a Pandora's box to break through.
that shit is
You
that's
yeah,
have
like
now
college
what is it
professors,
called?
college universe on TED Talks trying to normalize it. And in the sex trade, you just don't have women selling sex. You have men too. And sometimes, sadly, there are young kids forced into that. So they're trying to lower the age of consent. So there's a whole, you know, can of worms when this thing gets, when, Decrim New York gets their way in New York City.
Well, California's already got their
yeah,
way.
guys, no one's already done it. And the thing about it is this. Listen, so in saying that, right? So we can surmise that hey, if it is like that, right? Like this is why we rather have it where it's literally sanctioned by that state or by that area because literally they can have it where it's to hey, how old are you? You have to be illegal. It's like at certain areas or like places where women, do this work, they have to be checked. Like they're carded, they're checked. Like it costs money. Like they know how old the girl is, so it's no make a mistake that this person is not here. A lot of guys get caught up in consent. You don't have to worry about that. The girl consensually knows why she is there. She knows what she's there for. Also, it's safety reasons. Like if you do it in a consensual zone for safety
Can
reasons.
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
So,
question? Is
can, are we gonna
I'm
finish?
sorry for all right,
What's up?
go ahead. I apologize, man.
No, what's your question?
Is sex for money actually consensual?
Yes, I mean, literally, it's
Right.
one of the oldest professions.
I personally, it bothers me.
Notice you're saying
That's
personally.
an area where I don't like sex for money. Like I can't do it. If I can't talk a chick out her panties, like me personally, I can't do it. And it's for multiple reasons. Like for example, like just imagine, right?
But you're talking
For just
about
thought,
personal.
I I for thought's sake, right? I know that this chick knows that the only reason she's doing it is for money, right?
Okay, what's the problem?
and she lays down beneath me, right? Like that is not cool with me. That power dynamic is not cool with me. I don't enjoy that. That's not something that's
But
fucking
you're making it
like
about you.
palatable.
But
I'm telling you, like that
but,
shit is not palatable. Like
but
that shit
that's
is not
but
cute.
you're making it about you. You do know that, right?
But she's
Like
doing it for other reasons, right? And
she's doing it for
what
money.
if what if she just all right, all right? What if she's hungry, right? And
Okay,
she's doing it
she's
for
doing it
money.
for money. Like there's nothing else to it. Like it's
What if
just
her
money.
kids need some and she's just doing it for money,
But
right?
either way,
So,
she's gonna do it, hooded one. So it
Like
nah, nah,
yeah,
nah. That shit is not cute, bruh.
that's
That shit
you.
is
That
not
is you,
cute.
dude. That's you. You're making it about you versus
No,
why
no, no. I'm making it about like
yeah, you
joy,
are. You
right?
know, you're making it about you.
It's
But you
a
gotta say this is
no,
me.
no. It's
Like
not just about me. It's about the woman that's laying beneath me. All right. If
that's
it was
really
all about me, I could just do it. But
so
no, it's
why do
not
you say
just
why are
about
you
me.
asking about you? Then why do you bring up you? Like nobody
Because
personal.
I would rather just fucking like give her the fucking money. You know what I'm saying? If the bitch hungry, like I buy her cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? We can sit back and talk. But anyway, let me
That,
shut up.
no, it
okay.
sounds good, but that's just not reality. It
Yeah,
sounds
that's just my
good.
reality.
No, it's reality.
I mean, the thing
That's
about it is,
reality.
honestly, the woman is going to do what the woman wants to do. Like she's going to do what she want to do. If she wants to sell her pussy to goddamn get a cell phone, a cheeseburger, or just to say, hey, I just want to make money really quick. I mean, no offense, but any woman for the most part that you're going to get with, you're going to spend some type of money being with that woman for the most part. I mean, unless you're just some type of ain't shit dude. I'm sorry, but to have a quality woman or have any type of woman around you, it's going to come at a cost, whether it be time, money, or something. It's going to come at some type of feasible price. What's going on, Kay? Um, okay, my Patriots Unite against censorship account was banned for my videos. Second day permanent. Wow,
That
second day. Wow.
sucks. That was your
Oh, man.
channel.
Oh, that's what happened to your channel. Um, I guess when the thing that come about, like I said, people in this day and era are going to do what they're going to do. The fact that we're trying to control them is what's bothersome. If you do not want to participate, that's on you. That's like somebody who does not want to wear a mask. Kelly doesn't want to wear a mask, okay? But I do. Guess what? Can I make Kelly wear the mask? No. She's gonna be like, no, fuck you. I'm not wearing a mask. And she go walk right off and smoke her cigarette and wear her and don't have to wear her mask. Me, I do not have a problem walking around with a mask.
I agree with the sentiments. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. You were saying? I'm
So the thing about
sorry. You
it
were
is,
saying, BT. I didn't want to interrupt.
so the thing about it is this: for the people who want to partake or participate in being um a hoe, right? Guess what? Let them mark you with that. So if they have it whereas to you want to be in a certain type of system where guess what? We can look you up on a registry on goddamn sellingcoochie.com or some shit, and you can be seen on there for selling your pussy. Guess what? That's on you. You knowingly are participating in a system where you are marketing yourself. So you are setting yourself up into that type of field. I'm not mad at you.
Can we, can
Huh?
we
All right. Yeah, I wanted to just say one
the
thing.
whole
Like,
country is just
all right.
flushing down the toilet quick? Can we just agree to that?
Yeah, the country's messed up. I agree with you, Kelly. I just want to say this: if you're gonna bring back these women that could have sex work is real work, then you might as well bring back the pimps, because the pimps was really the protectors of these the
Nah, you don't
prostitutes.
need all that. You don't need all that. Stop it. You
Why
don't
why why not? I mean, you're gonna bring this back. You know, might as well bring
Why
back the
when you
pimp.
have a brothel, you don't need a pimp?
fine. If you have a brothel, you don't need a pimp. See what I'm saying? If you got a brothel, that literally, if you have an establishment, then you don't need a pimp
When the
because
last
literally,
time y'all niggas talked to some hoes like,
keyword
yo,
talking.
are you
Why would
serious?
you need to? You don't need to talk to a hoe if you're literally going there and just partitioning the service. You don't even have to talk. You just go there. I want this, and that's it. Like you don't even have to do all that stuff. Like it literally just saves the time. Like literally, it is a buy. It's like come and go market.
It's like
Like
a freaking nail shop. What do you want done? This is the price.
instead of price, get
Yeah.
in and go.
Yeah, but the thing is, the pimp could always argue, I want my own clientele. I want to be the one in charge of it. That's the thing. They could be in charge of their own brothel. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not just for just the women, and there are men who sell themselves, and and who knows, they were probably pimped back in the day. And
You see,
this opens up a whole can of worms, and also the fact, mind you, with the underage, and you got these professors. This is just a whole
it
big
doesn't do none
agenda
of
with
that.
that stuff. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. It's just like you want to bring that back, bring back the pimping, then bring back the pimps.
Technically,
I mean, you're gonna bring this back.
I
I mean,
don't think
to
y'all
me,
understand the power dynamic between the man and the woman. Like
You don't
that
even
shit is
have to do that,
fucking
though.
disgusting to me.
You
Like
don't even
y'all
have to do
don't
that.
understand that shit. Y'all never actually thought about it, have you? Like,
We don't even know.
what is it?
I don't necessarily agree with it either, but we're saying it's already happening.
Right.
Mhm.
Y'all making a big deal more than what it is about this
I mean, you
type
want
of
that shit
thing.
I mean,
legalized
the thing is,
though.
it's
You
kind of a
want
big
that
deal
shit
because
legalized.
the thing is like there's a whole trade and in the industry. It's not just men and women. There's also this the trafficking of young kids, and like I said before, you have professors trying to say that pedophilia is normal, and you can't say that they won't try to argue to have that legalized as as having sex work. They will try to do that. They won't do it right away, but they're going to try to make it normalized first. That's why you have Netflix with cuties. That's why you have they're trying to make this normalized. They're trying to make
Well,
this type of thing. They have in
I don't
universities
agree
right
with
now,
that.
they have
That
an
slippery
OnlyFans.
slope.
So they're trying to make that noise. They're trying slowly but surely to do that. You have groups like NAMBLA, National American Men Boy Lovers Association.
Okay,
They got beat up in the 70s for trying to,
we
fight
want
to
people
make it
to
march and
follow.
legalize it.
So
So
what
with
do
this Decrim New York, there's a whole bunch of things coming down the pipe with that. That's what I'm trying to say. This is how I see it.
Okay.
I personally don't agree with that slippery slope, but I do not agree with legalized prostitution at all.
So
Period.
here you have it where y'all got a Derek Jackson situation and y'all don't want that. But then again, you're gonna have it where people are saying, "Hey, guess what? We're gonna just make it where sex is legal," and y'all still don't agree with that. So, what is it? What is it that y'all want? What is it that
Yeah, I
y'all want?
don't agree with the Derek Jackson situation. I mean,
Okay,
the problem is supplying Derek Jackson is women who want to believe the lies instead of the truth. So that's what's really
what about men?
supplying Derek Jackson.
So what about men? What about men believing in what? They believe in Kevin Samuels? Huh? You see how that went? See how they
I
believe in
mean, the
Kevin
thing is
Samuels?
like some things. I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuel says. Like, if a woman wants to hold herself till marriage, he's telling her you should give it up. I don't agree with that. Okay, but there's some points that he does make some good points. That's it.
Okay. So the women, they're looking at it like, hey, you know what?
He
They
bashes
want
men too. So if they're not on their game, so I could respect a person that is going to be fair and balanced when it comes to the genders.
okay. Well, like I said, I don't have a problem with them selling pussy. If that's what they want to do, sell their pussy, live their truth. That's fine with me. I don't care. I don't care. But that at the end of the day, that's something that they gotta live with. Just like dudes who be buying pussy. Hey, if that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do, my friend. Honestly, you choose knowingly to lay in that type of bed of things.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately these people are gonna do what they do. Um, what I'm saying? This is why a lot of women, when they hear men talking about, hey, we're gonna hold you accountable, they're like, nigga, stop. Like y'all be the main ones that be buying pussy, but y'all wanna hold women accountable. Like they're gonna be like, it doesn't work that way. You gotta either, you can't have if or and or but. You know what I'm saying? Hell, It's the oldest profession since the dawn of time. They thought they were
Right.
going to stop liquor. They're going to stop alcohol. Alcohol is now in the books. Same thing about sex. About drugs. It's one of those
Well, it
things.
happens in Vegas. Oregon just decriminalized every drug. So, I mean, we're really getting down to the wire. I mean, it's all coming down the pipeline.
Uh, like I
Mhm.
mean, honestly, what they said, if weed gets legalized, we're gonna go to pandemic, we're gonna blow up. Motherfuckers legalized weed and people still went to work. Like nobody, it wasn't crazy. It wasn't no crazy shit. Like if anything, the job just said, listen, if you piss hot, you're fired. Guess what? I mean, you're gonna take your chance if you want to lose your job. It's up to you. Like you know what I'm saying. If you're on parole and you piss hot, guess what? The ass go right back. So you know the rules. You know better. You ain't stupid. So it's just one of those things where you can choose to participate or not. That's just all there is to it. Um, what's the next thing that we can possibly pop at? Um, I would honestly say, right now,
Can we
a
just
lot.
rant about the border real quick?
Yeah, go ahead,
I don't know, man. That shit just still fuck my head up, man.
He said
Like,
that stuff.
We'll get over it. Get past it. We're going to the border. We're going to the border. Go ahead, Kelly. Go ahead.
These people are living better than we live, dog. 80, what was it? 89 million, 86 million
Uh huh.
living in facilities where they have like 24-hour food and beverages,
oh,
outside.
so they been putting in shit in cupcakes.
Yeah, outside playing fucking soccer and shit. We
I
don't
know
even
you're talking about.
we don't even get this goddamn treatment. This is insanity.
Kelly, they're coming here to get love and treatment.
Man,
Open up.
I don't give a fuck what they're coming here
Oh
for.
my gosh, Kelly. Stop it.
Turn
Like,
their asses around. We're the only stupid motherfuckers that do this. Let's be honest. We are the only country that does this.
well, who's gonna do the work?
I don't know. I
Somebody
guess
gotta do the
we'll
work.
have to work that out. Who's coming to save us?
I don't know, Kelly.
I mean, really? You get put up in a 5-star hotel? Really? Free housing? We have people that have been on a waiting list for 5 to 7 years to get low income housing that can't get it.
Did you hear, Kelly? Did you hear about that incident where there was a bunch of Mexicans coming to the border, but then there was an accident and 11 of them got killed, and because they were all coming,
Did they
across
drown?
the
How
border.
did they get there? How did they? I heard something about somebody drowning. Maybe that's something else. What happened?
Nah, it was like somebody they were like a whole of them were packed into one van, and the van was kind of old, trying to come across the border, and they got hit by a truck, and a lot of them got killed. I mean, they were crawling out of the van and stuff, and it's the same thing. But I mean, we don't have much. A lot of things are closed down. We don't. America's not the melting pot as it used to be. So, and yeah, like you were saying, a lot of them are getting housing, a lot of them are getting all this stuff, and you have people waiting on that for years.
It's crazy.
It's going to cause a lot of, clashing. It's going to cause um, a lot of strife between ethnic groups because the jobs are scarce right now.
Open my heart. I never thought y'all would be like this. You need these people. Somebody has to work at McDonald's and make those egg McMuffins, and I am not gonna do it. So, okay, so Kelly brought up a good point. In other words, we have a lot of illegals coming here. Now, the thing about it, Kelly, is where are they going to go? Those are babies. Those are babies.
Look, man, nobody feels sorry for us when we commit a crime and we get separated from our children. Point blank, period. Nobody's on the news boo-hooing, saying, put them back with their parents. Take them out of lockup. I don't want to hear it. I have no sympathy for it. Sorry, not sorry.
And Biden's bringing them over here.
I don't know, man. Like, back in the day, I went to Texas, right? I traveled to Texas, selling shit, right? And so I knock on a random door, and then it'd be like some old Mexican lady, she'll open the door and be scared to talk to me because she thought I was ICE or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like most of them people, like for real, they're fucking no threat, man. They're just fucking regular goddamn people. But
Keyword
personally,
most. You know what could
I
potentially
don't
happen?
like.
Sorry.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. Do you know what could potentially happen?
What could potentially happen? Tell me about the slippery slope.
Okay, this is what's a potential for me, what I think about in my head. I think about the idea of, okay, let's see, I could give you a few scenarios. The idea that most Americans are not going to turn their guns on other Americans. Why not bring another set of another group and teach them
Hold on.
because they're not going to have no remorse doing it. That's a potential. Another potential is
Hold on.
completely.
Excuse me. Can you repeat that? Hold on. I didn't quite hear you.
I'm saying they could bring in these so-called children ages 12 to 17, right? And train them to go against Americans. Why would they not? Most
Who
Americans
is
are
they?
not
First
going to
of
turn.
all,
What do you mean, who is they?
who's going to train them to go against us?
Well, let's see. Our own government have trained plenty of people in military tactics that are not on our side, quote unquote.
Okay, all right. First of all right, I'm gonna be real with you. I do not like older Mexican people. All right, they're fucking
Wow.
horrible. People who actually lived in Mexico, like in my opinion, they don't have manners. They don't know how to stand in lines. Fucking normal shit that I do. All right. Now, their kids, their kids do. All right, because they grow up here. All right, and most of those people who actually come from Mexico, they're fucking hiding. All right, they're not if the men aren't out there working and then going straight home, the women are actually in their fucking houses, like just fucking hiding.
How do you
Okay.
Like
know all this? How you know that they hiding and
because
all
I
that?
travel, nigga. Because I've been all around.
Oh, and
I've been everywhere.
you can speak Spanish,
I should. I
but you
really
can't.
should.
But you can't,
You want to know what? I drove home, right, with a
nigga.
bunch of motherfucking Mexicans on the motherfucking bus.
Nigga, that don't know.
Right?
That don't mean you know what the fuck they do.
It don't matter. It don't matter. I
Oh
was
my
there with them.
god,
I was in them. I was right there with
this
their ass.
nigga ride one day
Right?
with a Mexican and now he don't.
Nah, not one day. Not one day. Not one day. It took almost a week for me to get home. But anyway,
It took you a week to get home, nigga. What
it
the fuck
took
was
me a
you?
week. It took me a week just to get
Oh,
home. But
oh,
on top of that, it took
God.
me multiple weeks to get the money to get home. All right. I was stranded in Hurricane Harvey. All right. I was out there. You know what I'm saying? I won't just I was out there, bro. Like for real.
I mean, I'm not going to say most, but there's a few people I know that have been kicked out, came back, and they're working under the table for their money.
And not only that, but I've been in Atlanta. They got Mexicans out there. They got
Okay.
Mexicans out here. There's fucking Mexicans everywhere, man. Like, why the fuck are there Mexicans in Iowa, bro? Like,
I mean, we're okay, but what are we going to do? All these people are going to be looking for employment, right?
I mean, you the one that's goddamn complaining about it. They ain't
I'm
getting
not.
the jobs that I want.
I'm not
Like,
the
I don't want
only.
them fucking jobs.
I
I
got
don't.
look. What kind of job you work that you working with this? That you riding on trucks with Mexicans and shit? What job you doing, nigga?
All right. First of all, I had to find my way back because I got
Yeah.
stranded in Texas. All right, and that shit was fucking. That was like the crucible. Like I stood. I literally did not sleep for a week. All I did was work. All right, to get back home, and I got help.
I don't
I
have.
ain't even going front. I got help from Angry Man. I got help from that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But anyway,
So,
Nice.
look, okay. Well, that sounds like a whole
For,
movie.
for the record, yeah, for the
no, it
record,
won't. I
I don't have
really
a
went through
problem
that
with
shit. I
Mexicans.
really went through that shit.
I don't have a problem with Mexicans. I have a problem with people who are coming here illegally. That's my issue.
Hey, Kay, welcome to the late night show.
Hi.
Goes
Okay,
in.
okay, we are definitely. This is any topic, anything goes. Literally, there is no filter. I'm literally going to be doing the late night show. So if your shit is down, you need to start emailing me for the late night slot, so that way you can put it out your topic on the late night show. So
Hell
that
yeah.
way, if it's late night, they can't tell what you're talking about, but it's a late night show. So that way you can talk.
That
So
freaking the video that I uploaded yesterday morning. It's the
really,
one that they hit me for. Yep.
This lady.
man, that was
And
that. They
I
banned it
even
for that?
I even said in the thing, you have the right to wear your mask if you want to. That's your fucking decision. I wasn't telling anybody what the fuck to do.
And goddamn, they don't need to hear that damn shit. You can't be saying that about them damn masks. You know how they feel about that, and
Damn
you
it.
got to say something that just say freedom speech radio or some shit. You can't say damn patriot. Patriot is now a trigger word. I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Yeah.
Patriots is a trigger word. You can't use that. So I'm gonna have to start teaching you some words, set up a show, a talk, where we're gonna have to see. Sally, filter free speech is gone. It's dead. It died sometime last year, and it ain't coming back. So just to welcome to the world that we live in. This is what people wanted. They wanted free. They wanted sensitivity training. We got it.
Yeah.
So
And we're going downhill real fast. And BMT, can we say, I want to ask you this real quick. Can we say that with the last year, it has put a lot of people into a certain kind of maybe funk / depression that
Oh,
has potentially led our youth to turn to, drugs, alcohol, et cetera, et cetera?
I would think so. But I mean, honestly, looking at how they are now, I mean, shit, they don't got no will. Listen, this new ragtag group of weirdos and freaks, they don't got the will to fight. Like, if y'all, I'm just telling y'all right now, man. Like, if Kay were to say "suck it up, pansy," she probably will get fired, and they can fire her or some shit. Like, you can't say certain stuff, or people can't handle something. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't like certain stuff is not well received or handled much anymore. Like, back then being called a bitch, you just were called a bitch and you moved on with your life. Nowadays, you can't do that no more. You gotta, you can't say certain stuff to people because feelings.
Yeah.
And sadly, I don't have to give a fuck about your feelings. I really don't. But here nowadays, everybody thinks that their feelings matter. They don't. You really don't. You're a person just like I'm a person, and literally, you know what? You should be able to say your piece. I don't look. I go to Aircraft Sparky's channel. I don't always like what the fuck they say, but guess what? I understand you censor one person, we all can be censored. That's the way it's played. And at the end of the day, when it's gone and it's all gone, there'll be no one left. There'll be no one left.
No, I
So,
agree to that. I agree to that. I don't want to see anybody censored. And that's why if something irritates me, I turn it off.
uh-huh.
It
Right.
yeah, that it won't work. But eventually it's all going to get censored anyways, like you said before. So,
Kay, let's hear your piece on that. You've been fighting censorship. You've been fighting censorship almost for a while now. Like and I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how long you're gonna last, girl. Like I don't know. Like shit,
I think
I
she
got nothing. Oh, she fell off. God damn it, I gotta go grab her. But let me go see
Can
if I
I
can
ask
grab
y'all a
her.
question? Like,
Go
were
ahead.
y'all on the internet around like 1998? Do you know
Uh,
what the internet was like back then?
yes,
Yes. No
yes,
issue.
we did. Yes, we
You
did.
were?
Yes, we did.
So you know how rough it was, right?
It wasn't really that
And
rough. It
so
was slow.
now
It was slow as fuck.
Yeah.
it was what? It was slow. That's all you got to say. So what were you doing back then in 1998 on the internet,
Uh, Going
BMT?
outside, going to Blockbuster, watching movies,
Party.
On
partying.
the internet, like that shit would have took you like 2 days to motherfucking download one movie on the
See,
internet. But
that's what
anyway,
I'm saying. Like we could definitely tell the difference of our ages because we said we were going outside.
Yes. Yes.
Like yeah,
of
like
course,
we
I
didn't
still was too. I still was too.
like internet.
But the
Internet was
internet was in its it was in its fucking infancy, right? And as far as I know, like there weren't a lot of niggas up there. You know what I'm saying?
it
Like
was used for school. It was mainly used for
we ain't had this we didn't have this like representation that we have now. All right. It was a lot different. It was a lot wilder. All right. And I'm telling you right now, like if you would have seen the shit that I've seen,
like what have
it,
you seen that was so grand? Like you keep saying you're seeing. What are you seeing that we're not seeing?
all right, so have you actually ever been to like a site where it was a where it was all white nationalists, right? Just
I've
talking shit about black people.
never
Okay,
been.
so okay, you're talking about an all white national site.
Have you actually seen that?
I
Are you
haven't.
Are
are
you
you
talking
talking about?
about like Stormfront and all that shit?
Yeah, he's talking about like he's been to some
But it won't just
racist site.
Okay,
Stormfront though.
but they but
It
in the
wasn't
real
just
life though,
Stormfront.
those people really didn't act like that in person. They could go online and just like now, everybody sits behind their fucking little keyboards and says all this shit, but nobody can say it to anybody's face. And they all get along at the
All
end of
right,
the day and they were all at the
and
same
you
fucking
keep saying it
barbecues.
online now. Nowadays, you say it online, your ass get canceled.
Well,
Back
Yeah.
then, it was
yeah, but
okay,
it wasn't that big
but
of a
it was
deal.
widespread. It was a lot worse back then.
No, it
Like right
wasn't.
now,
It really wasn't.
yeah, it was. It was. Trust
I
me.
think it's the
On Yahoo
same. I
Chat,
think we're just exposed to it now.
no,
See, here's the thing.
no.
So here's
On
the thing about it.
Yahoo
So
Chat, y'all niggas never sat in Yahoo Chat and fucking
who
just
sat on
watched
y'all?
that
See,
shit.
that's the thing about it. Like nobody. This is the thing about. I'm saying like
Of course you
we're
not.
like here's the thing about it. Of course, you're right.
How old are you? How
Yeah,
old?
like we had lives. We actually went outside and did things. And if you was running to be some
Man,
weirdo,
who the fuck didn't go outside? Like,
if
what
you
the fuck
want,
are you talking about? I grew up in the fucking 90s, nigga. The fucking
congratulations.
internet
Like
ain't come out till like 1998.
Okay,
Fuck you
so you're
mean?
like a
yeah,
decade
Like,
behind.
you on some other shit. Fuck you mean, nigga?
like here's the thing about it. So I'm pretty sure Radio, Kelly, Kay, and I, like we understood. Yes, there were racism out there. If you didn't fuck with it, then you just stayed away from it. Nobody really had time to sit on a fucking computer and go search chats and shit. Like, I
It
mean,
won't no
you
search and
probably did that at
chats.
a
You could
library.
just be in
You
the
might have done
chat
that at a
and the shit
library, but you
happen.
ain't gonna sit there all fucking day long and look. If
You
you were
don't know
looking
what the
for that
fuck
shit,
you talking about. You
if
don't
you were
know what
looking
you
for that
talking
shit, you
about.
were looking for it.
You
I mean,
really don't know what you talking about,
hard
bro.
hard talk radio. Did
You
you have
really
time to
don't
sit
know what
around
the
on
fuck you
computer look for
talking about.
racism?
I can't hear you, BMT. Can
You
you say
just
it again?
running your mouth.
Hold on, hang on. Let me help you. I'm gonna help the guest. I got it. Just mute him up. Were you sitting around looking for racism online when the internet first came out?
No.
Like I said,
Okay, now Kelly, were you sitting around looking for that shit on the internet?
BMT.
I
I
know you. I
was
know. I know,
I
baby.
I was
I
young.
know.
I was out getting money and partying. I was not thinking about
Listen. I was trying to figure out can I get enough money to go to Taco Bell? Like I didn't give a shit to look for that stuff. Hell, when the internet came out, that was around the time when we were getting more goddamn movies like Jurassic Park and all kind of other shit. And if anything, we were like,
Jurassic
no,
Park
dude.
1995, nigga.
Guess what? Guess what?
So
Jurassic
so
Park
so that's when
2,
you was
Jurassic
that's when
Park
you
2,
was on the
Jurassic
internet
Park
then?
3. Like, understand this. Like, I didn't have time to
Actually,
really
it was
give.
93.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, nobody gave a time. Like, gave a fuck to like sit on the internet like that. Like, I'm sorry, there was just so much other shit going on. Like, that was bigger than goddamn sitting on the
Oh,
internet. Like,
so you telling me you didn't have hobbies, right? You didn't like to write, you didn't like to draw, you
Hey,
didn't
now,
have
okay,
fucking
no.
girlfriends that was on
that was
AOL that you
that's
wanted to talk to, you didn't motherfucking
no.
frequent forums,
That's
you
Yeah,
called
didn't
a
do none of that shit, right?
Yeah,
I
And
it
you
like
was.
just come across
Hey, I'm
it.
gonna tell
But
you who
see,
those people
y'all
were.
niggas just keep trying to
You
paint
sound you
portraits
sound
and
pretty
you don't know
emotional.
what the fuck you talking about.
I
You
think this
really don't.
you sound pretty emotional right now about because we didn't sit on the internet, and
we're in
that
a
cost.
different hooded one. We're in
What
a
the fuck is
different,
you
I'm
doing
gonna tell you
now?
who those people were.
different
Psychos like my
generation.
ex-husband. Those people. Those are the crazy fucks that were on Stormfront and all that shit. And you know
Is
what?
that
They
just
didn't have
Stormfront?
the balls in real life.
You know the thing about it, Kay. Like, here's the thing about it. My
You're
parents,
younger.
my parents. Now, if I remember the internet correctly, that costed money because it was connected to a phone bill. Y'all remember that? Like,
Yep.
it was
And
literally
Yeah,
a
I
what's
phone
remember
bill.
that. I
fucking
remember that.
funny is
So,
that this nigga's
hold
implying
on, hold
that
on,
I
hold on, hold
didn't
on.
do
No, no,
anything else
you asked the
besides
question.
sit there.
You asked the question. So my grandma was like, "Listen, y'all not running up my damn phone bill. Like, if you're not doing schoolwork on there, turn that shit up. Mind you, to be online, America Online, that means nobody could be on the phone. So
Yeah.
Yep.
that definitely was not happening. So I don't know how the
Hell no,
hell,
my
like,
grandma would have whipped my ass up and down if I
All right,
sat on that catwalk for
girl,
5 minutes.
let me tell
my
you out,
parents would
all
have
right?
beat this.
Because
They,
I'm an award-winning fucking
oh,
writer, right? And
congratulations.
artist. So I
Why you?
had connections. My teacher allowed me to use her account so I can
Oh,
learn and so I can write, so I can do whatever the fuck I wanted. You know what I'm saying?
the teacher was
Without
nice.
the internet,
Yeah.
like I'm trying to tell you the truth. Like as soon as I got a computer and as soon as I got internet, I had straight A all through school. You know what I'm
My
saying?
teacher
Like
wouldn't do that
y'all
as
can
well.
talk shit all you want, but that shit helped me. You know what I'm saying? It really cultivated my. I don't want to. I don't want to. It really saved me from doing other things. You feel me?
Okay, so
But
for me,
can we differentiate? Can we figure out like the demographic here? Because he's got to be at least like 10 years younger, I would say.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we're
I'm thinking
definitely.
he's probably my age, honestly.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Around
No.
30? You around 30, hooded one?
I'm younger than 30.
35.
Hey, no, you didn't. Well, you must was a
What?
hippie
Fuck.
girl.
You really think I'm older than 32? Fuck. God damn it.
I'm saying, sorry. You act very. You're an old spirit girl. I'm not gonna give you that. So,
I gotta.
sorry.
This is why everybody. The whole reason why I started YouTube is because everybody thought I was a 50-year-old fucking trucker.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm saying, if you literally start a YouTube channel called Life with K as a trucker, I'm telling you, you will make bank.
Hey.
The same. The same.
Oh,
Truckers. We need a trucker YouTube channel, like a female YouTube trucker channel, and it will sell. Now,
you're fu-
Now I understand hooded one a little bit more because it makes sense to me that, okay, while we're 21, 23, we're out still getting drunk, partying, and doing that shit. Well, he can't do that yet. He's still younger.
Yeah, I was a little boy. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
right.
But at the same time, like it's not like I was just sitting in the house all day. Like the internet was a fucking baby when I was a baby. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I was still out there getting in fights and shit, fucking doing WWE stunts on niggas. Like no lie. You know what I'm saying? But I still got down, I got down with the writing, and that shit saved my life, yo. No lie.
okay,
Without that, like all the rage that I felt from growing up and the conditions that I felt, I took out in writing. All right. And that's literally what saved me.
Okay.
I learned how to I learned how to push my pain into something positive and it's something that people can see and enjoy. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I need to shut the fuck up. I'm exposing too much.
Like I
Hey, I
said,
think honestly, a lot of, you know, the people that were thinkers of our because okay, our generation, you know, we were the internet kids. We were the people that grew up with our fucking hands attached to some type of fucking keyboard, you know? And I think a lot of us, the people that were thinking, um, did use a lot of writing and did go and seek out that extra brain stimulation, right? You know, in the forums and throughout the internet because it
Okay,
made it
tell me
easier.
it was a Stormfront. So there was a site, and it was called Stormfront at the time that actually pushed this white supremacist
Oh
narrative.
yeah. Okay. And see, this is what's fucked up and funny.
Holy fuck!
So,
I
It's
had
not
no
even
idea
just that,
that
but
existed back then.
hmm
I had no
it
idea that
wasn't.
existed.
it
I
wasn't
apologize.
honestly
I don't
until like
understand.
actually it was like early 2000s when um when it was like really popping. They took it down, I think like 4 or 5 years ago.
right.
Um, and the only reason why I know this is because my psycho ex was a member and was being charged for this shit. And mind you, we were living in Baton Rouge, okay? And and the guy never hung out with anybody that was even white. Like that's what I'm saying is like these people that do these things, they're just
Well,
keyboard warriors.
right. They're the keyboard warriors. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, man.
There was no anybody out there actually going out and committing
Like,
any fucking hate crimes or you know what I mean? It was all words.
you got like the thing about it is like it's like like when I look at it, if you look for trouble, trouble will find you. If you really want to go find that motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, you just got to go like the dark web. Like, sorry, and listen, I was happy when we
You
found.
really don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So
Oh, boy.
you quit talking about my life. Just stop talking about my life, dude. I don't give a fuck about all that racism shit when I was growing up. My
Of
main
course
thing
you
I was
don't.
caring my main thing I was caring about was one thing. Me, my family, trying to make money, church, literally Super Nintendo, fucking Nintendo 64, goddamn Star Wars, and goddamn living my best life and going down south to go play with my other cousin. All that shit. Like I don't know what all these goddamn motherfuckers were fighting. Goddamn the Klansmen in the goddamn hood and shit. Like where the fuck were all y'all motherfuckers at? I didn't see none of that shit. And like so, and I lived down south. So even when I was down south in South Carolina, I still didn't see all that crazy shit. Like no, let's not do this game. Because honestly, I got the tenure, and I can definitely talk on it. So when it comes to these kind of things, of looking at it, if you look for evil, I mean, like I said, mind you, they were lurking on backdoor accounts, like Kay was saying. Like back then, when they had those type of servers, all it was like it looked like goddamn coding and certain code names
What?
and them typing in chats.
Think
Like
of like the oldest version of Craigslist that you remember,
that's
and
what I'm
like that
saying.
was as advanced as it ever
Yeah,
fucking got.
right, and okay, you know how we know about that? Because the military use that for talking sometimes.
Yep,
So
yep.
we also use that same. We used to use that same shit, and so we were like, "Huh, what the fuck is this?" We caught one of our soldiers on a site like that, and we're like, you're in trouble." Guess what? Who's this
Yeah.
motherfucker? Goddamn Neo 444 whatever shit. Like they don't have normal names. It's just a bunch of emails and shit. And oh my god, I don't have time to read 2-3 page blog emails and shit. Yes, they had blogs. Yes, they had like the little letters and shit on how they felt about Congress and the state. And I grew up in the South South Rise again. Like I living down south, and I know Kano I'm talking about. Listen, the Confederate flag was just flying high up on them flagpoles. And literally You had people riding with Confederate shit, and they were like, "Well, guess what? The South shall rise again."
And it
All that
doesn't matter what color you were, there
right,
was people flying.
right. So after a while, I said, "Okay, so you believe in that?" But guess what? We still were playing football, and we still were like, "Okay, motherfucker, all right, you better be able to hit that motherfucker, and knock him on his ass. You better complete that pass." That's all I give a fuck about. Like we got like the shit's always been here. It's just that if you choose to engage in it, that's on you. Like that's on you. I didn't give so long as it wasn't hurting my immediate people. Now, I think right now we're dealing with right now because people somehow believe in their heart of hearts, mind of minds, that somehow they're going to be able to get rid of racism. That is a fucking lie. You're
Racism been
never
around since the beginning of time. That's not going anywhere.
exactly. It's not going anywhere, dude. Like it's just it's a thing that everybody has, every group, every class has that. It's the classism. That's what it's called. Like you're not getting rid of that. It's a full. That's only thing you're gonna do is start silencing other people's differences of opinion. And when you start doing that, then you're going into a whole.
No, racism is like,
is
you
it
know,
is it
it's like you
wrong?
believe one ethnic
Is
group
it
is better than
wrong?
another, and you know, one's inferior, and you know, that's what I see. Is classism is like, you know, it's like one person makes a set of money and another person makes a higher set of money, they shouldn't hang together and stuff like that.
Well,
That's
but
how
you'll have that in, you have that even amongst, you know, individual peer groups. And this is the point though with this. And this is where I don't understand why everybody is so stuck on it now is everybody has different skill sets, and so, like, trying to figure out a way to say this. Okay.
You know, it's where
Those
for
are
you.
cool.
You know why it's rare for you and Kelly and some of y'all. What I noticed, the ones who don't mind coming around the black kids because you grew up partially poor. Well, I'm not gonna say poor, but you grew up around the black kids. You feel me? So
Right.
it was more so like when you're saying, like we talked, Kay, about hey, like your homegrown training, Kelly, Trailer, different people. Sparky and me are connected through the military, and he even has his
I can't
opinion.
stand Sparky. Not gonna lie.
You gotta be listen. But the
Hey,
thing
but you know
about it,
what? I'll
huh?
still listen to him, and you know what? If he was censored, I would let him on my platform any fucking time.
I agree. I agree. Like, listen, like, and you know what I'm saying? I don't always agree with me and Sparky do not always agree. You know what I'm saying? Me and Rick, me and goddamn, listen, a lot of my listen, Mo will tell you, I will go on their panel. I don't always agree. Like people be
If
like,
you
what the
agree with
fuck?
everything I say, then I know that you're full of shit. And
Yeah.
that's nobody's gonna agree on anything and everything. Like, you're gonna have your points where you differ. Uh, I don't know.
No, you do know. I think you've been fighting a good fight. It's just that the thing about it is we're at this painstaking moment now where literally it's like nobody is allowed to disagree. And if you're not allowed to disagree, then literally you're bad. You
See,
know
and
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
that's
Can
how
I ask you
people
a question?
grow,
BMT, can I
having
ask you
these
a question?
conversations.
What's up?
Is race realism
What?
a viable opinion? Is race realism a viable opinion? Is this
Is
something that we can talk about on NSNBC or some shit? Is
can
this
you
something
talk
that's
about?
worth?
What do you mean by like race realism, though?
If you
Yeah.
don't know what it is, I can't explain to you.
Okay. So all right. Can you explain it to the people since you're so highly educated? Explain it.
Race realism is a pseudo intellectual excuse for why differing races are better or worse than each other.
See, and you hit it on the head right there when you said excuse.
Yeah. You kind of said excuse. The key word was excuse.
And
So
that's all it is when we
Right,
sit here and we go, well, this
it's not
this
something that we should talk about if we all know it's bullshit, and yet this motherfucker Richard Spencer or fucking Stephen Molyneux or whoever keep talking about it. Does that make it
wait,
valid?
okay. Okay. Wait, so what argument of Stefan Molyneux are you referring to?
He's a
Because I mean,
race
he does. He
realism.
talks about classism.
No, he's a race realist. All right. I'm not sure if you actually
so what do you call Al
listen to
Sharp?
him.
What do you call Al Sharpton?
Right.
What do you call Al Sharpton?
He does not talk about race realism.
What?
I
Oh my
know he
God.
doesn't do that.
Al
Well,
Sharpton
all right.
made his fortune.
Show me where he does.
Al
I'll be
Sharpton
right
literally
back.
said,
I'm gonna grab some links
Al Sharpton literally makes his fortune off of
on
Race
race.
realism. Race
literally.
realism.
Okay, so Al Sharpton will say the black people have it like this, they have it like that, and he'll start speaking on it about
Oh,
this is
you're
how we're all
doing
about.
whataboutisms. That's what this is.
Okay, so
Whataboutism. What
I
about
know
Al
I
Sharpton?
noticed that whenever I talk, I'm respectful enough to let you talk. I'm not sure how your generation was or is when it comes to showing respect, but
All right, how
it,
old are you?
I'm older than you. That's the crazy thing about it. And I literally give
All
you
right,
more
how old are you? Well,
more
I
older than you.
apologize.
It's okay. It's okay. But see, that's the thing. It's about giving people respect. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm telling you something of how I grew up watching Al Sharpton when he was coming up making his millions of dollars off of talking about race. He goes to the White House every day to the Democrats and he talks about race. We don't have to guess this. He has it's called
Talk.
chicken. Hold on. It's literally they'll have a lunch where they'll drink sweet tea, eat fried chicken with the president or the politicians, if that ain't some fucked up shit, and talk about racial problems for black people. Why the
All
fuck are
right,
y'all eating? So if that don't sound like a stereotype of eating fried chicken and drinking sweet tea and literally that's how in hot sauce, that's how y'all identify with black people? Like
all right. This is a false equivalent. All right.
that's a false equivalent.
What Al Sharpton did is not scientifically like bastardize a race. He did not use science to say that white people were inferior while in the White House. All right, he did not
So
do
hold on.
that.
So if you're saying that, right?
Do you know
Hard
what
talk.
race
Hold
realism
on.
is? Do you
So hold on.
understand what that is?
Hard talk radio. Does Al Sharpton banter on racial shit?
He does. That's he made his whole career off of that.
Kelly, does Al Sharpton not banter on pushing blacks are victims and all kind of narratives about white people?
100%.
So we got, and I don't even have to grab K for that. Well,
All
we
right,
can actually talk.
so while Al Sharpton is doing that, we got other people in the background using science, pseudoscience, to say that we all got low IQs, right?
Okay,
And what
okay.
Al
So when
Sharpton was doing, right, is the equivalent of what these people are doing. That's what you're telling me.
So somebody who's like highly intellectual, you banter on race a lot when you get on my panel. I never understood that about y'all. Y'all be so smart. Why do y'all backpedal on race whenever y'all get on my panel? What is up with that shit?
Oh, it ain't just your panel. Come on.
I never understood that.
I think
All
anytime
these
everybody
educated
gets
people, but
together.
you still do like running the race so damn much. I never understood that shit.
Thank you.
Like goddamn, like y'all so educated. What the hell were y'all learning on that damn internet? Shit. Like goddamn, what the fuck were y'all learning? Damn.
So you want to hear Okay, it's something, just so you know. I mean, I don't know if you remember this statement from Sharpton, but I mean, it was pretty damn bad all across the board. We the black chicken fryers of the universe, and we gonna buy Colonel Sanders chicken. Then Chinamen come and throw out some hot grease in the tub and dip it down, and you stand and buy that.
Holy shit. God damn.
Hold on. Now, so this is the thing, and this pisses me off about Sharpton, okay, is Stefan Molyneux does his talks, and albeit, you know what, a lot of Stefan Molyneux, I love the thought-provoking shit that he does, but when he starts talking about you're abusive if you spank your child, I'm sorry, but I spank my child's ass, and that happens. Guess what? Get over it. But
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
exactly.
Exactly.
You know what? I didn't ever learn any lessons until my ass got whooped. So, and you know what? It didn't take very many fucking times either.
Mm-mm.
Nothing
But
wrong with it.
so I
Don't be
have my
prepared.
own
It's
issues
not
with
cool.
Stefan Molyneux. Al Sharpton is literally pitting everybody against each other. And while he sits there on a high horse, it sits back and he laughs because he's got all the fucking money in the world. What the fuck does he have a space in any of this conversation?
Mind
Hey,
you,
look.
you know what's more crazy about that, Kate? Al Sharpton is an FBI informant.
Yep.
Boom.
Mhm.
And he's an FBI informant. So he works for the system, but he also pushes racist narrative out there to propagate in media. And yet he literally was working to snitch on blacks as well as the Italians and other groups for the FBI in the government.
Yeah,
But yeah, he's
let me
talking about
this
Mhm.
statement. Koreans sell us watermelon. We've been eating watermelon all our lives. They gonna come out, cut it up, put it in a bucket with rubber band around it, and we're gonna buy it like it's something we didn't know it was.
Damn.
Dude, this is like one of the worst
So
ones. And mind
what's the
you,
context? What's
this
the
is coming out of the
context?
man's this is coming
But
out
you're
of the
not
man
talking
who
about the
was literally
context
on the
of
news
what he's.
yesterday bitching about this anti Asian attack surging. And I'm like, wait, some of the most anti-Asian statements that I've ever heard came out of his mouth. I don't know. I just think it's stupid.
So-
The whole thing is stupid. The fact that we
so
have to
can
have
you-
these
can you-
conversations every time.
You know
What are you saying, Hood One?
what context was the watermelon statement used in?
What? Okay,
I'm gonna throw this link in.
I got a question. So here's the thing about it. Because everybody always asks, "What is the context?"
I know. I
As a
love
Republican, I hate that when they say that. Oh, what's the context? Like the context of the Crowder
Like,
incident. What is the
I mean,
context?
for example, all
context,
right,
like-
for example, Joe
Fuck the
Biden
context,
used the
he said
word
it.
nigger, right? Joe Biden used the word nigger, right?
And that was fucked up.
But without context, you'll never know that he was quoting another person.
Do the Jews ask for context whenever you say something about the Holocaust? Do they ever ask for context?
Get the
Thank
fuck
you.
out of here.
Thank you.
All right,
Same thing with Candace Owens when she said Hitler was a good guy. The only problem was like he took his business model global. You gotta look at the context. You gotta look at the context. I want to hear
Does
that
the
crap.
LGBTQ look for context when you say something about them?
This
Fuck.
is a false equivalency.
No, it's
We're
not.
talking
No, it's
about
not.
a black
Certain groups
man.
don't ever look for no damn context when you say shit about them. They just slap your ass and they get you.
It's a
They don't
false
look for
equivalency.
context.
It's a false equivalency, bro.
No. Hold up. So let's read this. Pattern recognition shows we are maneuvering with censorship the same way as 420. We just politically playing if some money not being lobbied to make 420 off the Fed schedule one status like alcohol. Thank you, Lawrence Jones. And the thing about it is, certain things are set up purposely to keep people distorted, to keep people in certain groups, to keep people or certain educational redlining and stuff of how certain groups can get access, while certain groups can't. Certain people can literally get above. Hence why justice is blind. Some people can get away with shit, tax breaks, evasion, extortion, all kind of shit, while other people no. They can't walk or get away with that same shit. And guess what? It's not like people are blind to it. It's just guess what? You weren't born under that star or under that sun. Now, in saying that, we're looking at now that the American populace is definitely changing. Uh, Especially when it comes from for freedom and right of choosing. Now, honestly, looking at it right now, is it more fortuitous, for people to actually be able to raise families or literally build up a certain type of friendship or society in a society where you know yet right is wrong and wrong is right. Back I mean, guess what? Kelly or Kay, getting with a man and say, hey, I don't agree with certain talking points. They could be looked at as, the enemies of women. I think there's a female rapper. She's coming out saying that she does not agree with certain types of sexual movement groups being pushed onto children.
Oh,
Okay.
is she the one starting a straight movement? Is she?
Yes,
Is she?
she's starting a heterosexual movement.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
I'm very curious to see how far she's going to get with that.
Well, it's kind of. I mean, hey,
By the way, you guys see that new ABC book?
I haven't seen it yet. I heard about it, but I need to
Oh
see
my god, I'm gonna send you the link.
Y'all
Hold on.
super
You
straight.
know,
I mean,
we're
look.
gonna-
I mean, the LGBT got their movement. What happens to have a straight movement? I mean, that's been talked about before, and a lot of liberals got mad. They lost their minds about that one.
Well, I'm down with it, but I think in order for us to be successful, yes, some people have already made it. As a collective, I think we are going to have to bring more family into the home. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're going to have to revert to old ways to be able to really get ahead.
How though? How the fuck are you gonna do that with this new internet shit? Like, what
Well,
process are you gonna use to do that? Like, how? I don't even understand how that.
what I'm
What
saying is, but go back to old school ways, meaning when people
in
had
1940?
parents, the grandkids, the kids, where everybody's working together within the household to build and keep things flowing.
You
Because
know what?
we're giving out so much money that we don't even have that's not accounted for. We don't have.
Yep.
You know
Yep.
what you know what I do? You know what I do, Kelly, to curb at that? I have family dinners. Like literally, no fucking social media devices around when we're having family dinners. No cell phones, no music, no nothing, no type of outside influence. I don't give a shit if your friend is calling you, and it better be a dire situation, literally a dire situation. But guess what? No social media. And actually, another thing about it, I talk to my kids about everything. I don't leave it to other things. So literally, that would mean that parents and elderly people, we have to start. Because the new digital age is more so trying to influence, and keyword influence, their talking points and their thinking matter. Like you got it where some guys, they got to figure out they don't know if they like pussy or not. You got some women that believe that hey, I can asexually reproduce. And however the fuck they're gonna figure that out. That you got some men that have agendas that they hate women, and some women that they literally hate men.
That's the
You know,
silliest shit ever, but
hey,
whatever.
walking to social media where literally people were eating Tide Pods. This generation so
Dude, I
fucking
get
smart. They
trolled
eat
by
Tide
MG
Pods.
Tone motherfuckers all the time.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Kay.
I get trolled by MG Toe motherfuckers all the time.
Yeah,
A
they come
lot
up.
of see, this is
They
the thing.
come up with that.
I can't really. A lot of them. I mean, not all, but a lot of them are like into blaming women for most of the problems, and a lot of them, you know, a lot of them do hate women. And the thing is, like, all right, you don't want to date women. All right, fine. Okay, fine. But when it comes to like single mothers, okay, you don't want to date single mothers, fine. But then you want to sleep with single mothers. No, 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 no. And then when I say something like that, I'm called a simp. I'm called the blue pill because it's just why would you want something that you hate?
Real men are going to choose, just like women are going to choose who the fuck they want to be with. That's just how it's always been. See,
Right, and
this
it's
is
not going to be based on if they had a kid or didn't have a kid. It's going to be
fact and,
based on if you clicked.
fact and point. Listen, again, just like shout out what Kelly was just saying and how you were just talking about. In the olden days, if a woman had a kid, right? Guess what? The man did not care, or you could not shame the man about not getting with that woman. Well, you'll be a simp. There was no such word. Fuck the internet. But the internet made that word. Guess what? The man just said, well, I got a woman. Guess what? She got churned. Guess what? I guess they're my churn or whatever. It is what it is. And I just moved the fuck on. You know, guess what? It was just one of those things.
I mean, the thing
And
is, like, some of them they got all right. Some of them they got natural reasons. Like the thing is, like, you just not all single mothers are bad, but you have the ones that are toxic, and you just have to you know, be wary of that. A lot of them is just the fact they just didn't have the stones to like stand up to the woman and be like, look, this is not going to happen, and that's that. If you don't like it, we're just not going to be together, and that's just how it is. Because some of them would have horror stories and stuff like that. Well, it just comes down, you know, you just have to be willing to just say, listen, I'm not doing this. When I'm not taking this, and this is how it is. If you don't like it, we're just not going to be together, and you just have to have the strength to say that as a man. And if she doesn't like it, help her pack. And that's sometimes the issue with some of them.
Why would you even have to pack at that point? All that
I'm
stuff.
just saying, like, if it's to that point where you know, she doesn't want to listen to you, you know, and you stand up for yourself, just like, listen, this is not happening. I'm not doing this. That's it. We talk about,
okay.
and she doesn't want to hear that. Then it says, okay, it's time to part ways. That's it.
Hey, I'm going to actually grab another person to come over here. I just realized that they're on and they haven't been around in a while. I don't know if you guys have heard of A Voice in the Dark.
oh, that's fine.
But
That's fine.
Maybe, yeah, I think I might have.
I think the thing about it is this. Like I said, a lot of things have been changed and regulated throughout history. You know, I was reading up on how men would marry girls at a young age, right? And they would marry them, and they would have multiple allotments of children. They're not thinking that that could probably end up killing the woman, or probably causing all kind of issues, which she probably will either mentally crack or kill herself. Okay, and guess what they would do? Find another younger woman and marry her and tell her raise the damn kids. See how women started becoming expendable because they literally would not live as long, you know, throughout the process of all this shit. They wouldn't live like that. You know, that's why you would go present a dowry to the father because the woman would have some type of stock, what you were bartered for her hand in marriage.
But we obviously we're not going back to that.
Yeah, see, Kelly's like, we're not going back to that.
No, that's not in this society. But I do see us. Well, it seems like we're going downhill fast. So the reason why I say to bring people back in the home is not only for financial reasons. It's to start. It seems like to me that's the only way. Because all this is going to crumble. It's just a matter of time, and I think it's going to happen a lot faster than people think. But
yeah, it's falling apart. You could see it. It's falling apart. There's food shortages, and people are partying in Miami, Florida. All this crime, defund the police. Yeah. It's falling apart. We have these autonomous zones. I don't know if you heard about that. The George Floyd Memorial, they had a anti-police autonomous zone, and someone got shot, and they couldn't bring EMTs there.
Oh, that's cute.
Huh?
I said, yeah, that's cute.
I hope that they keep on having these autonomy zones, so that way You know why? Because then when people start dying in them, then they're gonna be like, "This is stupid." Like,
They had them in Seattle, and people ain't learning the lesson. And I think it's just by design. To be honest, I think it is.
BMT, do you the first conversation you and I ever had?
mm-hmm. Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We had some pretty heavy conversations.
Right off the bat, though, we went into whether we were constitutionalists or what we actually thought should happen. And you asked me, I think you asked me what it meant for me to be a constitutionalist or something along
Right.
those lines.
Right.
And I still go back to, fuck, I wish it was the Wild Wild West. I wish that all this shit would just collapse. Because at that point, then you figure out who the fuck's real and who's not. And then the cowards will go back into their fucking holes.
You wild. For real. If that's what you actually believe, you wild as shit.
It's going to be going to that part. It's going to that reality anyway. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
it's going to be that way.
In order for us to get back to a somewhat.
Well, why do you want to go backwards?
No, okay,
why
so
do you
but
want to go
how?
backwards?
Here's the
Society's
thing:
supposed to move
is if
forward.
we've progressed so far forward that we are literally abusing children and it's okay. I don't think so. How do you figure that's going progressive?
Hold on. Excuse me.
Okay,
Who is abusing children? Please tell me
A
who's
lot of
doing that.
motherfuckers. Okay, hold on. You're saying that? I want to ask you: are you saying that we are getting better with society or worse?
All right, so let me ask you a question.
I asked you a question. Are you going to ask me?
Hold on, because this is how discourse is made. All right.
I'm
not going to answer the way that you want me to, but I'm going to answer in the way that I want. All right?
Okay, so you're going to ask me a question on my panel when I ask you a question.
All right. So was Rome good?
No.
For everybody.
No. Okay, so you're going to answer my question now?
Was ancient motherfucking England good for everybody?
Are you going to answer my question?
Why the fuck do you want to go backward?
Okay, you never answered my question about American society.
So what's your question?
Okay.
Hi, Coach. I just want to say something real quick. I can't answer you. My phone died. Otherwise, I would.
Okay, so I asked a simple question: is society getting better in America? And you didn't answer. So society's getting better.
Yes, slowly.
What?
Really?
Yes.
How?
Society's not getting better; it's getting worse.
The more that eyes are on specific situations,
the more that they're doing behind the scenes and fucking us. They got us over here having this conversation.
That's all that conspiracy shit. The more, like George Floyd. Matter of fact, even with the Asian motherfuckers, right? That happened in Atlanta. All right. Even with them, all right. There's eyes on that, right? We can all see it. But back in the day, back in the 60s, this shit would have been blown over. Chances are some of us wouldn't even have known it until a week later. All right. Now, with technology, with all the social changes that we've had, that we've made, like we can come together and make a fucking we can make this shit better. But
it's not getting better though. Free speech is being silenced. How is that getting any better?
Yeah,
there's certain, like I said before, like that race realism shit, that should not be in public discourse. It shouldn't.
Why?
There's certain opinions.
Why?
that are fucking retarded.
You want it hiding in the shadows?
So you're saying that
Listen, there are certain things that. All right. Hold on.
But people can
All right,
say that
so
your opinion is retarded,
Yeah,
and I mean the thing is like that's what I'm trying to say. When you have people being able to have free speech, you get to identify who they are. It's I mean when you censor somebody, you're gonna censor everybody.
Flat Earth.
but
I
that's
think
their
everybody's got the right to be a dumbass, and I got the right to tell them they're a dumbass.
Should we be out and about talking about flat Earth?
That's their
That's their opinion. If they want to talk about that, let them talk about it. If you, it's okay to let them talk about it.
That's their business. That's their business. That exactly. So if so let's look at this. If I wanted to be a dick and I said, you know what, I don't like what Hooded One's been talking about all night, I could easily have just kicked them off. Would that have
do that? It wouldn't have made no difference to me. You could do that.
No, you're right. I could have done that, right?
You could
have done that. But however,
and I'm expecting you to do it.
And now here, see, you expected me to do that. But see, here's the thing about it, about that difference about us here on this panel. We literally believe in freedom of speech. We don't believe in silencing difference of opinion. You know, because guess what? That's your right. That's your right to do that and have that opinion. But the minute you start saying, well, guess what? You should not have that right to talk like that. Those motherfuckers that because they believe something differently, that they should be silent, then literally you are condemning your own demise. You literally
alienate yourself from having that decent
is,
conversation.
In America, like it's the only place where my ignorance is just as valid as your intelligence.
But this the thing.
That's slowly being eroded away, though.
We're over here arguing. We're arguing about free speech over BS when the real speech that's being silenced.
Amen.
The real speech that is being silenced is the parents that children have been taken away from them, and they have gag orders not to talk about their cases. In this, we want to pretend in the United States they care about children. We have the veneer of child protection. We have so many children whose children have been taken by CPS that are under gag orders that cannot even speak. And that's the free speech that we're not talking about. You're talking about flat earth. But the real free speech is being taken every day behind doors. These people can't even come out and talk about their cases. And we're not talking about the foster care system that is trafficking children. We're talking about flat earth. We're talking about that. We're talking about the real issues. And we pretend in America that we have a system that protects children.
It's really been said that the foster care system is a supply for pedophiles.
That is exploiting children under the veneer and profiting.
Oh my God.
One at a time. So here's the thing about
exploiting children under the veneer of their protecting children. So we have a generation of white men in Washington and on the state level that are fighting to lower the marrying age.
Right. Because, like I said before, they're trying to make pedophilia normal. You have big time professors and universities coming to TED Talks and saying that pedophilia should be a sexual orientation. In
the 80s, when I was a child, we had the professors at, I think it was FIU and whatever, that were going into Hispanic countries sleeping with the kids, and this was way back in the 80s. But those were the
European foreign travelers coming to Gambia and molesting kids.
So hold up. So I'm asking a question.
These were the American professors that were at FIU and other places.
So let me ask a question: is it only a white thing, or is it a people thing that they are exploiting children?
You have to see who is at the level of power in these governments. In the 80s, and very few black people were in power at the time when some of these things were taking place. So the people who were fighting to lower the marrying age, we had, what's his name? The Moore man, who had systematically been a pedophile and got kicked off the state bench a couple of times, that was literally running, and nobody want to address that. And we saw how those women came out to protect that man. And we're
Okay.
not going
Can
to
I
talk
ask
about
her a
how he
question?
was predatory within his court system as a judge. But because we have political parties that we talk about, we don't want to discuss that part of it. But that was a
Okay.
real thing, and that was recent.
All right.
Hey,
So
Who he is,
You got
but
a lot of
also
politicians, Republican and Democrat, caught up in sex scandals, especially with kids.
yeah, exactly. That
Yes.
it wasn't even a racial thing. It was just people were doing it. Now, honestly, uh, and the thing about it, like I said, this is an open talk. Okay, your friend is always welcome to come up if they ever want to come up. Um, like I said, BNT, can I get your feedback on my opinion? What's it? Spiritual value and moral responsibility has almost disappeared, and separation amongst the people was by design. Yes, yes, it was. Uh, it is by design. It's supposed to keep us separated because if you can keep it, listen, and maybe because I'm ex-military, listen, I get it. I don't have no problem with people belonging to a tribe, but at the end of the day, we also still belong to the American populace, all of us here. Okay. And literally, if we can't acknowledge that, hey, it always blows my mind when one person believes that the other side got it better than they do, right? They really believe that shit. But literally, the Amber Alert literally came from parents, right? Of their child getting kidnapped. Now, how well your group tends to take it serious about children going missing, that's going to be something that you're going to have to look into and start dealing with and properly start calling out sexual. And I got to give radio talk. Listen, we knew about fucking R. Kelly in our community. Did we try to get rid of that motherfucker? Nope. Step in the name of
Because of
love.
what he produced. Because the thing is like what it goes on in the black community, and probably with any church, it's like what they produce. If this guy could woo the panties off of chicks, if he's somebody that's pleasant on the eyes, just like Derek Jackson, there's still women are gonna be still listening to him and still buying his books because he's a pleasant on the eyes, just like
Now, right now, hold on. Now watch this.
Mhm.
Elvis Presley.
Mhm.
K.
murder.
What was Elvis Presley? Who was he dating?
Wasn't she
Oh,
14 when he
Huh?
met her?
yeah, she
Lisa,
was 16. What the hell's her name?
no, I think she was 14.
She was
I think she
14.
was 14.
Oh, yeah.
His girl was 14 years old. In the public eye, everybody loved Elvis, but he was a pedo. And nobody wanted to doggone call out the king. And literally, guess what? They were like, damn, we probably should have said something, but they didn't.
Priscilla, that's her name.
So it happens. Oh, it happens. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on, hey, when certain groups have power, does anybody say anything when they're doing a lot of fuck shit?
America
Hey, but
is
look
better.
though, like back then, like, uh,
America
are you
is
gonna be
better
real?
about
Like
giving the
Hang on,
our
go. What do you
grandparents.
guys say? What do you guys say? Hard talk radio. What do you guys say?
Who, me?
I mean, no.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. What's the guy name? Damn it.
Put it one.
Go ahead.
So like none of y'all grandparents met very young back in the day. They were all over 18.
That doesn't make it right, dude. I'm trying to say, but
Can I?
I'm just asking, did it happen like back in the 60s, 50s, 40s?
I'm in the
So-
80s.
Let's
I'm a
not be-
70s baby. And I ain't got to go back to my grandma.
I'm not asking about you. I'm asking about your grandparents.
what?
All right.
I was finished when you
So
asked
let
the question. I was going to give you a little bit of lesson. I'm a 70s baby. The generation before me, my school teacher, Mr. Davis, who was the band instructor, he married one of his students. Now, that was my mother's generation. I'm 46. So we ain't got to go back to that. And that same man was teaching when I was a student. And guess what? He more than likely got next to my little sister, who is about 10 years younger than me. So we're going back to my mother's generation, who is 72. And of course it's that. But America wants the veneer of morality, but we're still trying to hang on to those situations. I ain't never had a time when it wasn't a dirty old man or a school teacher or a police officer, and I'm 46, that was trying to touch on me. So it ain't just from my mama generation. It ain't got no better. I got a teacher that was in a relationship with a whole bunch of my classmates. Thank God I was only
it's pretty
not
fucked up out
89
here now.
pounds and they had no butt and boobs, so I ain't had to follow it. But it still didn't mean it wasn't a generation of pedophiles. We're holding on to it, and we're trying to say we're against it by having all this CPS. But when we have people fighting for policies to lower the marrying age, that's the contradiction, and how America wants to give the appearance of
Everybody hates
morality.
pedophiles.
America
So-
wants to
Have
give
you
the
ever
appearance of
heard about
morality
people in
while
prison?
legally still
okay,
holding on to the
hold on. What are you
ability
saying? Hold
to
on.
mess
What are you
with
saying?
kids.
I said everybody hates pedophiles. Like, have you ever heard about prison? Like, you can't go to prison and be a pedophile.
I don't know because God damn it, like you literally had it with the what's the girl's name? Who's the white woman on USAA? It was the woman who married her student.
Listen,
Letourneau.
Mary Kay
And-
Letourneau.
you smart
And
ass nigga.
literally,
I
she got a
fuck
whole TV show. Like literally, got a whole
you.
TV show.
She's
You
dead
switched
now.
it. Okay.
Yeah, she died of
That's
cancer.
what I mean. America wants to give the appearance of fighting against this stuff while holding on to it. You can't have it both ways. We can't say we're having this CPS thing that is going to address all this child abuse while at the same time trying to hold on to laws and create laws that enable it even more. There's a contradiction. So when we have these politicians saying we literally want to lower the marrying age while some are increasing, they're not trying to fight the problem. They're trying to enable it.
Who is trying to lower the marriage age?
It was
I
just a
don't
couple of
see
years
that shit
ago. It was
happening.
a state. It was just a couple of years ago. It was a state. I don't remember if it was Tennessee or Kentucky or
I
something.
don't see
They were
that shit
trying to
happening
lower.
anywhere.
They were
Actually,
fighting against making the
But
legal
you the
marrying
same type of
age.
person that believe in people
They were
harvesting
fighting against the raising of the legal marrying age, and they wanted to lower. I think they were trying to raise it to 18.
To be
And they were
fair,
the other ones who on the end who were trying to fight it. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact state, but I remember reading about it and following it, and it was a few years ago.
okay. So to
it's
be
not something I'm
fair,
making up.
about that, right? To be fair about that, all you need, right, is your parent to sign off, and you can get married.
And
to-
they were trying to stop it
and
and
so
make it not be able to do it.
so it is a thing. It is very real. It still goes on today. I had a guy
I
invite me.
just got out of a marriage from that.
Right. Kay can talk about it, and I literally can tell you right now that honestly, it is something that happens more than it should, especially with people in financial situations, or hell, it would happen with some. Listen, women, as they fought for equality, were like, "Hey, the woman."
I mean, I've heard of it happening,
Hey,
but
hang
like
on,
in
hold on.
Utah
Let me explain. Like, there's a law in my state where you could take a woman on the courthouse steps, pull up her dress, and you can have a stick the size of your thumb, and you can whip her if she acts out. Now, that is literally a law that is still in my state.
BMT. I think I found what a state that's trying to fight against lowering, to fight
If you
restricting
if you share it, I'll show it. If you share, I'll show it.
Hey,
lowering it.
BMT,
Let me.
wrench. I just tried to put that
I
one
got you.
video
Hold
there
on,
for
I'll
you.
get it to you.
Yeah.
I'll get it to you.
All right. Damn it.
Like I said, I'm on my phone.
Thanks
so-
for having me, BMT. I gotta go. I'm getting sleepy. You guys have a great day.
You too. ENT, do you see it?
Hold on, give me a second. Kay, put something in the chat and just share screen it, and I can show it. Just share screen it, and I'll show it. I'm on my phone, so I'm on my phone. And you share screen, I'll show it. Okay, and I need Kay just to say something in the chat.
Her mic is muted.
Yeah, I think she's gonna say something in the chat, and then I can But I think the thing about it is when it comes to the child portion, one, our people don't really and this kind of bounces off what Kelly was saying. Our people don't really adopt our own people. We really don't.
What do
And
you
that's a
mean?
big,
Like, what type of adoption? You talk about like adoption?
yeah, just taking them out of the system. Our
I
people don't really
don't know, because I
no,
live
we
in an
don't.
area where it's been a lot of adoption. I can literally name probably about 5 to
No,
10 people off the bat that adopted.
that's good. I mean, I know a lot of people that adopt kids for not no damn. I like your ass. I adopt you because it's a fucking check. Like they ain't doing it. They ain't doing it. They ain't doing it because they like them damn kids. Do it because they know it's a damn check. It's a lucrative business. You adopt a kid, you get a check. Like that's
I've known within family adoption of Black kids, and I've known out of the system. I know a pastor and his wife, they could not have kids. They adopted kids. My godmom adopted 2 kids, one in family, one out of family. My mom adopted 3. My adopted sister adopted 3. Who else? My Aunt Mildred couldn't have children. She did 1 in family adoption, 1
Are
out of
they
family
talking about
adoption.
adopting
I
or
just
foster
and
care?
I'm talking about adoption, legal adoption. Now it was my aunt through marriage, and and she couldn't have kids, and she had 1 in family, 1 out of family adoption. So, and I'm from a small town. If you look up Belgrade, Florida, you'll see they compare us to a third world country. And I could probably sit here, and if I really went through my history, name at least 10, and they were not financial adoptions, and these were not foster. They may have, some people even started foster care. My mom started foster care, and after somebody had been with you for 6 years and you no longer doing foster care, how do you say, oh, go and live? No, you say, I'm no longer doing foster care, but I still want to keep you. So you adopt. And we're literally, I only have 1 biological sister and 3 adopted sisters. And we all over except for my youngest sister and her 30. But all of us, my other sister is 50 something. My other one is 46. Still going. Family.
So other than that, besides from that, listen, our children are the most in the foster care system. Like I that's good that your family's trying to curb the gap, the issue, but our children are bar none in the system more than any other group. And literally, the older you get, the harder it is to get you to actually want to adopt that child, or because literally they know that, hey, who's gonna want a grown ass adult? So that is something that a lot of them deal with. That literally it's pretty hard for them. If your parents are the type that do that, kudos to them. I have nothing but respect for that, you know. But we definitely understand that our kids get put in the foster care system more than anybody else, and I don't get mad when I see other groups adopt them. I don't. So I'm like, if you ain't gonna do it, then somebody else will. You know, you just can't complain about their results. No, that's just something that I just didn't do. If you're gonna adopt that child, then do it. Not don't waste that child's time. Don't waste that child's time and play with their emotions. I think that's fucked up. So that was always fucked up in my eyes. People would say that they love a child, but never take that child home. You know what I'm saying? Okay, gotcha. You know, but if you actually have it, and mind you, I can tell you right now, getting people to want to step up to be step parents is not an easy task. It's not. I believe Red has done the content. I have done the content. You know, being a step parent, you know, it takes a lot of trust and a lot of commitment. And a lot of people do not trust other people with their kids. They don't.
No, it's reasonable. And plus, the kid may still want to see the biological parents work it out.
See what I'm saying? So that's a big uphill um glass to swallow, is to literally try to put on a child about, hey, um you need to pretty much uh raise or deal with, uh another parent, a step parent. Okay, that's a my phone is being stupid as fuck here. It's all right. I think it's a big issue. Um, a lot of people, non-black, are adopting black children. Are adopting black children. You know, can we get mad at them for them taking on children in the urban community?
No.
No, you can't. I mean, if the black people, if you have black people that are not willing to do it, someone's gonna do it. That's the
I
thing.
think the person who has something against it should have already have had one or two children adopted out the system. Before you can open your mouth to talk about what these kids being adopted, you should have one or two living in your house that you can say, okay, I've done my part. If you haven't done your part, you're just giving an opinion, shut up and go somewhere, because we don't need it, because you're not part of the conversation.
All right, can I give an opinion?
Good.
Like, all right, look, check this out. Both my parents were foster kids. You know what I'm saying? One of them grew up in a white fucking foster, a white foster family. The other one grew up in New York somewhere and migrated down to Virginia. But anyway, they both had horrible lives. Horrible lives. Okay? And they got together, right? And one thing that they bonded over was never losing their kids, right? Now, they didn't lose us. They didn't. We lost them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to bury both of their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, the shit, when it comes to our foster care system, is fucked up. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure if it's just, well, I'm very sure it's not just my parents. It's a widespread what happens there. Now, I understand that the chick down there, like, she had a good experience or whatever, and that's fucking awesome. Like, big ups, that's great. But there's plenty of human beings that haven't, and there's human beings that are progeny from those experiences that have fucked up.
I have seen the gamut of it. I have seen the foster parent. I saw when what used to be HRS down here transition from a state-run, county-run agency to a private for profit when they start contracting it out. And the transition, my mom literally sat up there and saw the heads of what was HRS in the state of Florida create these programs that privatized foster care. And that was a big part of the downfall, because now you got all of these people that are eating off of these kids, but they created this system for that. And this happened, I want to say, in the 80s. And she saw these people that were getting ready to retire creating positions, because they were the first ones to be in the forefront of getting those contracts and stuff to do it.
JVC.
So we saw this transition. I've seen the foster parents that play the kids against each other, that got their older son in there molesting all the girls. I've seen the ones that have had to clean up the entire house in the foster care. And or I've seen the ones that bought their kids Burger King and McDonald's back in the day, because everybody eat out nowadays, and fed big pots of rice and beans to the foster kids. I've saw that. I've seen the good and the bad of that. I
And
probably
that's
haven't seen
fucked
the
up,
level
yo.
of New York, but I've
Like, they
seen
used
it.
to
And
starve. They used to starve my fucking mom, yo. They used
food
to
was a
starve
weapon.
her.
Food was a weapon
And
and a prize.
yeah, and so like she was so used to that shit that she used to do it to us, and she didn't know any better. Like my uncle, her brother had to come down and tell her this shit ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Just off of how she grew up, and she
I
didn't
always,
understand it. You know what
I
I'm saying?
always,
Like that shit is deep, bro. But anyway, man,
we have similar experience. I always say, I ain't hood, I'm country. It was amazing to me when we hear people talk about, I seen a lady, literally, I had a domestic violence victim living in my house with her 3 kids, and she got tons of food. She got food stamps. I never charged her. I never took anything from her. As a matter of fact, I bought her kids a couple of times the ADHD medication before her stuff kicked in from Louisiana to here. And I never heard of. I was like, girl, you can't keep giving your child your food stamp card and letting all 3 of them go to the store every day and spend $5. And she would buy ramen noodles by the thing, and that would be that. I was like, no, we can't do that. And I heard people do that type of stuff, where she's like, I don't feed them enough to get I just feed them enough to eat. But you're letting them go to the store and buy $1.50 and $2 Cokes. So I literally, even though she was a little bit younger than me, had to teach her how to grocery shop. So sometimes even, and I don't even know if it stuck with her, but
you
when she
said
was
she
here,
let you said she
I
let her
had to
kids
stop.
go and buy the
Go
food.
to the corner store. Yeah, go to the corner store.
Yeah,
And you
That's not what my
she
mama
didn't
did. All right,
sell them.
my mama would cook fucking huge meals, right? And then give me the little piece of chicken, and give my dad a fucking huge piece of chicken, and then like that's what it was.
You know,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
a whole nother combo of
That's
who
what
eat
it
first.
was.
So that's
We're not gonna open up the combo of who eat first and who get the big piece of chicken, because we could argue about that
It
all
ain't even
day.
about that. I won't eat
I
like
was
the way
just
I'm
joking. I
supposed to
was
eat.
just joking, because
I'm
we
telling
know
you.
that's a
No,
big
no,
topic.
I'm not joking. I'm telling you as truth, nigga. Like she fed us the same way she got fed.
But we have to mentor each other, and we have to be able to pull. The only thing I could do was just say, hey, because I could no longer afford. If I used to feed my kids eating out, I could not have my kids eating out or buying food and then have her kids eating noodles. I couldn't do that, even though those weren't my kids. So it made me have to cook more and more. So, and I literally had to show her how to grocery shop. And I'm not saying, yeah, a little bit, because my mama, I know how to go and go buy get one free, or buy one get one half off, or look at the sales paper this week and see what's on sale, to see which cereals was on sale and this and that. So for the little bit of time she was here, the 4 or 5 months she was here, she may have gotten some of that, but I never had seen it. But we all have our levels of hood and our levels of ghetto and our levels of country. But we just have to mentor each other the best way
when
we
my
can.
uncle came down, my uncle went and put some shit on the grill. This nigga gave me a whole goddamn, he gave me half the goddamn chicken. You know what I'm saying? On a piece of bread. And I looked at this shit, and I was like, this is my uncle? Oh shit. And then I ran away and ate that bitch. And yo, right now, to this day, he laughs about that, but it's real because he grew up in the same household that my mom grew up in, and he understood her mind frame. You know what I'm saying? And he had to talk to her. Like the shit is fucked up, yo. The way people grow up influences how they treat their children. Like me, for instance, I refuse. There were people on earlier talking about they beat their kids and shit. Like I refuse to beat my kids. It brings back bad memories. Like literally, I tried, and then I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like I walked in the dark room and I cried because I had to lay hands on my son. Like that shit hurt me. That's how that. That's how deep that shit is, right? And I don't want that shit to go on. Like people don't understand.
But you have to discipline your kids. If you have children, that day is going to come because they're going to try you. That's part of being a parent. You have to do that.
Now, you ever thought of counseling?
You
sound like you have a lot of.
you don't know what is discipline to y'all. Like
But
I don't know.
everybody has to.
You're correcting bad behavior, man. I mean, and the punishment has to fit the crime. It isn't. You don't whip out the belt every time they do something wrong. It depends on the action.
But everybody has to kind of find their way. I compare it to this like in the church. If you where some women have a history of abuse or something can take you back to some place and trigger you, if showing your ankles make you uncomfortable, then you shouldn't do it. But that don't mean the next person shouldn't do it. So we have to determine the things that trigger us and where we go, because it's not gonna be one way for me and the same way for the next person. But the beautiful thing about this internet is it gives us the tools and the education that we didn't have before about some of these things, and we can begin to discuss it and say, hey friend, hey, even though I don't know you, this where we could hear some information on this where we could begin to unravel it, because there is some good information that comes through, and what Hooded One may experience and how he disciplined because of where it takes him mentally may not be the exact way that Hard Talk Radio does it. But we all have to find our thing, in the education and the information that we receive from all of these venues can help us do that.
No, I agree with all that. I mean, like I said, hey, y'all gonna have to figure that out on how to find some. Hey, some of y'all probably need to go to therapy and counseling. I possibly would to advise some of y'all. If you're dealing with some demons, go to therapy, counseling, and get the help you need.
why
Like,
gotta be a demon? God damn, nigga.
The thing
you
is,
said
like, that's the
what?
problem
just
with
went to
the
the
black
doctor.
community is looked on as weakness to get
I
therapy.
mean,
It's looked
what
on
do
as
you think?
weakness to get help. It's sad.
Nah, I get help, nigga. I got therapists and shit, nigga. I know all about that. But that don't mean I got a demon inside me. Like, goddamn it, I read books back in the day. I know a little bit about psychology. You know what I'm saying?
That's just
That's
a
why I
figure of
don't.
speech, Hooded One.
Hey,
It's just a figure of speech.
Does he hear what I say? Like,
my bad, yo, my bad. I'll shut up.
thank you.
It's
Thank you.
somebody in the chat asked me about a video. I'm not sure which video they are referencing
Yeah,
because I
it's in
just
the
caught the
chat.
last few.
Kay put out a video. Thank you, Kay. Like I said, you guys, we got a lot of issues and stuff that's probably not properly dealt with. You know, if you know that you're dealing with some stuff, listen, y'all probably need to go get help, get therapy. You know what I'm saying? Stop coming on YouTube or all that other stuff. Go get the proper help you need. Like, there's no shame in that. It just means that guess what? You know that there's something going on that you need properly looked at and analyzed. And a lot of people fail at doing it. They don't, but I will tell you, it doesn't make you weak, it actually makes you strong. Because you're seeking to get the proper help that you need to level yourself out.
Can I?
Talking about stuff, violence back in the day, X, Y, and Z, it doesn't make you cool. It doesn't. It just means that you have issues.
What they say, and I think the quote is water seeks its own level. And a lot of times the people we gravitate towards tend to be people like us, but the people like us a lot of times have the same strengths and deficiencies we have. So our friends, if they sharing the same experience and have the same wounds, they possibly can't help us heal. And we have to reach out to people sometimes that are unlike us, that are not in our circle, to be able to get a different perspective and point of view to bring in some things to help us. Because if I'm dealing with a certain childhood trauma and you dealing with it, and we stuck in the same spot, we can't help each other. The only thing we can do is comfort each other, but we can't pull each other up. So sometimes we have to
I
see
think I
people
like you.
who are a little bit different and walking a little different route to help, me get to where I need to be, because my friends can't help me because we all stuck at the same level.
Hey,
Right.
that was real, yo. But for real, that's the whole reason why I came up here, because I thought it would be all right. You know what I'm saying? This nigga talk about free speech, you know?
I think that's
And
what
the
is
truth
great
is,
about, and like you said, with the internet, I tend to think the internet and technology is going to be our demise, but for the time being, it has opened up the avenue of people that normally wouldn't come together are coming together, and they're having tough conversations, and being able to actually learn and grow from it. There's, like you're over, word code. How do you say your name?
Coach, I believe.
This ain't
Okay.
culture.
Coach.
I think I've seen you on the panel before. I just don't think we've ever been on the panel at the same time. But that's my biggest thing with everything is the children. And so for me, I don't give a fuck what any adult does, how anybody wants to handle themselves or not handle themselves. At the end of the day, our kids are the ones that are suffering from all of this crazy shit. From, it's the foster care system is a fucking joke. They take kids out of a home because, look at, my son isn't with me. He's with my ex who tried to kill me, and he ain't even his dad. But because he has a position in his life, he wins. And because Louisiana has fucked off laws.
My friend from Louisiana, the one I told you with the domestic violence, and they will take your kids. Well, a lot of these, and when that parent is proven unfit, they won't give them back to the parent because the services connected with them and all of the guardian ad litems. People think guardian ad litems are free. It's a paid position. On a lot of them, you have a few volunteers. But
what made me an unfit parent? Fleeing my husband after he tried to kill me.
My friend had to end up coming back to the state because they ended up, well, I didn't know her. She was a domestic violence victim, and she came here and they was like, could you help this lady out with her 3 kids? And I was like, okay. I didn't know it was going to be for so long. But
I didn't know
she said
domestic
the police
abuse was
system
so
down
bad
there.
until I came out here. Like, they beating the shit out of women out here in Ohio. Excuse me, not just Ohio, but Iowa. Like, this shit is fucking terrible. I ain't never seen so many women with black eyes.
Joker likes to give me shit about my wrinkly forehead. It's not all wrinkles. My head was actually split from my ex-husband. That was in 2015. In 2019, I was woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning to being suffocated and having my head pounded in, while simultaneously getting my jaw broken because he had actually put his palm of his hand in my mouth and was covering my nose with his other fingers as he was pounding my head in. And my son, who had always cowered or took his father's side, that night, the night that I almost pulled the fucking gun, that I was fading in and out, my son literally showed up over my ex's shoulder and was hitting him. And I knew that was it. That was it for me. Finally, I had to leave. And
It cost me my kid.
And the court says just because he's an abusive boyfriend or husband doesn't mean they're an abusive parent. And they don't think if they don't have a woman to abuse there, who is going to be the next victim of that abuse? And that's what the courts hold. And it's crazy. It's crazy.
And now I'm charged with this man took my child. He took everything I own. The 2 beautiful fucking Harley Davidsons that I had been working on for 3 fucking years to build that were literally $300 more away from being done. My Jeep, an entire U-Haul. He followed me up here, took my son when it was my son's birthday because he had never hurt my son. And I wasn't trying to be spiteful and hurt my child. So I was letting him see him. Well, because we did not have a parenting plan in place, that gave him the right to run back to Louisiana with my son, and I have not seen my son since.
Were you married?
And he is not even my son's father. But because he signed the birth certificate and I didn't disavow him according to Louisiana state law, I would have had to disavow him within the first 3 years of my child's life.
That's wild.
I literally helped a woman out who was going through a thing with a newborn, and the father didn't have any kids, the alleged father. And she told the court, and she actually had the DNA test results and stuff. And the one thing I had to teach her is, listen here, I don't care what you say in court. If you haven't put it on paper, it doesn't count. You have to put it in a motion and put it on paper. And I had to literally show her how to do it, because no matter how, what you don't realize in them courts is there's no recording. In family court, there is no recording. So what you say,
transfer my protection order. So my protection order after 72 hours, because I didn't stick around to stay and do the paperwork because I would have just ended up staying with the motherfucker. I took off when I knew I could take off while he was in jail. Okay.
What people don't realize in court is they have these crappy ass attorneys. They tell your attorney, oh, I'll fix it. If you don't put it in writing, it doesn't exist, because I forget the federal statute that says if the court cannot grant what has not been pled for, and the equivalent of asking in court is not the equivalent of pleading. In addition to, most family court systems do not even record. So there is no actual record of what was conveyed in court. Most people assume there is some recording, when in reality, they find out it's not. So the only word that the judge they have is the judge. And is the judge going to say, yeah, I did this, yeah, I didn't. The reason we have domestic violence laws is because judges refuse to. They had to take away the discretion and make it statutory and make it mandatory for them to do. They had to go away the discretion, and they've been, ever since they had domestic violence laws approved, they've been trying to find ways to roll them back. And now the new thing is, if you fight in front of your kids, they will take them from you, and you will both be charged. That is to prevent and discourage women from calling abuse. And I literally had a judge that stand up in court, and he was my judge in the family court, told women, the police is not the protector of your dysfunctional relationship. It was first appearance. And the man who was there, who was the abuser, and he chose to denigrate the woman, and it made the news. And he was applauded. And I'm like, people are not thinking with both sides of their brain to see what he was doing.
Yeah.
But he's on YouTube, the unruly judge.
See, and the judge that's on my specific case just so happens to be sleeping with the DA, who was supposed to be my, representation, because I can't afford a fucking lawyer. In this, because we were supposed to be going to trial in December, for him attempting to kill me. And everything was dismissed because COVID didn't allow me to travel there, but yet nobody would let me appear over the phone.
They can get mad at me. I will write a judge a letter pro se, send it to the whatever. I am going to get it on the record there. I'm going to set myself up for an appeal. They can say, oh, you're not supposed to do it, but it's too damn late. I done filed it in the court record. I done mailed a judge a copy of it, and I done sent opposing counsel a copy of it. Now, once it's in the record, y'all can do it, but I'm not entering it into evidence, because what people don't really understand about evidence is in a vault somewhere. No, I'm put it in the public filing, in the public record where it can be seen, because all of that other stuff cannot be pulled up and documented. You have to go into a room and sit, and you have to slut shame these judges and make it impossible for them to say no. And a lot of people don't know the law, and they think they're talking. And the one thing I tell people, if they're not going to a domestic violence court, but if they're going into a family court, pay for a court reporter to be there, because it's not recorded. And it's all the difference in the world to holding a judge accountable. Because I had a judge, and I just was telling him, because I knew what he did in court. And I told him, he said, why are you here, Miss Wheeler? Because my court reporter had came and said, well, what do you think of me? I say, you like when you go to the grocery store and you see fruit on discount in the package, and you think you're getting a good deal, and you open it up when you get home and find the rotten part on the bottom. I say, you're like that rotten piece of fruit. You ain't finna trip me because you whack. But what I did do is get him to recuse himself from the case, and he never recuses himself. He is the judge that was counting the chance from Florida when whatever. But a court reporter, a paid court reporter, will make all the difference in your case. You don't have to get the transcripts transcribed, but if you're going
I couldn't even afford a freaking attorney to represent me. So, because I literally
pay the court reporter. If you can't afford, sometime in Florida, it used to be like $75 to show up. Even if you don't get it transcribed, it can be the difference between, because they know it's a record now of what they said. So
they also, because I had in 2015 when he tried to kill me the first time, I obviously went in and because I never called the cops in the first place. I didn't call the cops our entire marriage until that night that I left, and that's because I literally almost one of us was gonna die that night, and I didn't know if I was gonna have the strength to get my freaking gun out from underneath my pillow. Which for some reason God had told me for the last 3 months of my marriage to fucking put that gun under my pillow.
People say the person who has themselves for an attorney has a fool for attorney. I say to people, I say they're lying, because so many times, because I even tell people, Stormy Daniels and that Playboy Playmate, people, I say, we have something in common with them. Those two women had the same attorney that sold them out because of the dynamics that go on behind the scene, because I knew he got a payout behind, but he did not act in their best interest. Now, they can't sue him for that because they just say he's a shitty attorney. But he literally sold them out. He was representing both of them, and he didn't get good deals because the behind the scene dynamics. And when women say this here, they say, oh, they doing that. Oh, no, you're just paranoid. You're just emotional. You're just this. But it did come out that he did that. And I say, you have something in common with Stormy Daniels. Like, I ain't got nothing in common with a porn star. The way he worked her in court, and that Playboy Playmate is the way women get worked in court all the time. And we would not have to have these laws if it wasn't a reason, because it would have just happened. It would have just happened. Judges would have did what they were supposed to do. Women would have been protected. The fact that we have these laws says something. Like the fact that we have to have workplace safety laws. It was because they weren't doing it. And they think that these
judges a couple of questions, please?
Yes.
Like, this is very uncommon. And when I do see it happen, there's certain factors involved. And please don't get me wrong. Like, I am not fucking victim blaming at all. I think your experience, from what I've heard, is hard. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Like, what type of housing did you guys have? Like, was there
I don't think
any
that
like?
really.
So, okay, let me give you my background. gonna give you his background. His mother was the #1 provider for abortions for this side of the country. His stepfather was EPA, then FBI, and then his biological father used to be head of Los Alamos National Laboratories. Now, my background, I was born in California to not, you could say middle class, maybe a little lower than middle class, probably. Just depending on the year, I guess. And yeah, my father ended up in prison for drugs and all that crap. So yeah, I mean,
we're not that different. My dad died in prison for buying that shit.
But now my dad's actually turned his life around and has become a man of God and is like a pillar of the community, which is so weird for me to say.
But this stuff passes socioeconomic lines. It passes racial lines. And that's what people want to think. I worked in a female prison. I saw this stay-at-home mom who was married to a police officer who had a chronic illness, who had low energy. I saw her being abused, who finally stood up for herself. I saw kids who say they started smoking weed at the age of 9, been sexually molested, boys as well as in adult female prison system, as well as I've worked Jimmy Rice Sexually Violent Predators Unit. So this is not just one race. It is not just one socioeconomic level, and it is not even the women in the domestic violence is gender, but it could be. And that's what they want to say. This goes across everything.
Exactly.
And, when they say that, people say, I ain't never been on welfare. My mama, I grew up poor, but I ain't never not had a meal. My mama used to feed the poor white people who had the Confederate signed daughter in our house. Samantha, I don't know what happened to Samantha. We done fed a lot of people, and we were poor. We weren't poverty, but we were working poor. So this goes across all.
Absolutely.
No, but what I'm saying, I don't know. It sounds like she got kind of shafted. You know.
Oh, I did, definitely. And you know what the messed up part is? My husband didn't ever want anything to do with my child. You know, I was the one out there playing baseball and basketball, and I was actually getting my ass beat because, you know, I was out there with my son when all the other boys were out there playing with their fathers, and I felt bad because my kid wasn't getting the ball tossed to him, so I would go do it, which then apparently made me a whore. It's insane. Here's another thing. So 2015, you know, I recanted. Not that I ever even gave them a statement to begin with, but because the state picked it up, I had to go in and, you know, testify that he didn't do what he did. In 2019, when I left, the first hearing, the police officer from 2015 attempted to come in with photos from 2015. He remembered and kept photos of my head and tried to get them to admit them to the courts, but because it had already been obviously dismissed, they weren't admissible. But it was enough that that officer remembered it 4 years later.
But you know what I know? Judges don't read shit. After my case finished, I would write letters to the court because the father accused me of not allowing him to be in our daughter's life. I would send him emails saying, are you gonna, for the first couple of years, are you gonna exercise your time sharing when you come back into the country, da 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 da. and I would go and file them in the court record. I would email him to the record, to his email address, the record. So I said, if I ever go back to court, I'ma just plead ignorance. You're never gonna be able to say the court was unaware or that I didn't do this, because I'm creating the paper trail. The judges
And
don't
see,
read
I
that
think
shit.
this
I just
too.
filed it in the court record, sent the judge a copy, because I know he ain't gonna read it. But guess what? When you go and pull my case file, those letters are there. And
You know
I
what's
always notification. I forget the term for it right now because I'm not taking my paralegal classes. I got like 4 more classes to finish, and since I'm not using the info, a lot of it escapes me. But I will always forward it to the father, and I will always give the court a copy, and I will file a copy in the record. So anytime he come back and say, "Oh, such and such," "Oh no, baby, here go the emails where I sent you as your court-appointed email address, and you never answered. You never answered." And I did that for the first couple of years, just to see why.
Right. So when my husband kidnapped my son, because that's what it was kidnapping. I don't give a fuck what the court says it was. It was kidnapping. So I found out what address they were at, and I started calling and having welfare checks done. Mind you, my husband was schizoaffective. You know, he preyed on me since I was 13 and he was 40.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
You said he was schizoaffective and plus what?
He preyed on me. He started reaching out to me when I was 13. Okay. And he was much older. And by 16, I was married to him with my parents' consent.
Financially, was they off in a much financial? This is what people don't understand. Some people view it as a good thing when the other person has money, because they feel like
my parents knew that he was being respectful, showing up, right? Okay, he was showing up for the meetings with the parents. And mind you, 2 months prior, I was wanted across the United States with an Amber Alert out because I had ran away with another gentleman who was much more freaking better of a person and closer to my age. But my parents didn't want me running off. So when I said, this man wants to marry me, and he was showing up, they did it. I mean, and it's not to say that it was okay. I'm not like excusing that. But I mean, my parents had no real choice, really, because I was fucking hell on wheels and I was going to do whatever the hell I wanted anyway. And I know that probably doesn't make sense to love.
When we break down the psychology of it, a person that is an adult that messes with a child, there is a power dynamic there that we don't want to discuss in the United States. And that's the thing I was talking about, where we got states that are fighting to lower the legal eliminate. It's like Celie in The Color Purple. That was a come up for Celie just to have a man that they say would take care of her without all the mental and psychological. I actually was looking at one YouTuber on here posting, and they kind of say, if you have a problem with this, you have a problem with me. But I was literally sitting up there looking like, and I could be wrong, a 30-something-year-old man would look to be like a child. And I understand that's what it was back in the day. I understand that because they were relatives, but I couldn't get with that today. I understand that was the rules back then, but I can't get with that today. I ain't gonna negate that or speak negatively of it, but we cannot sit here and have a conversation as if that was okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a fuck how smart or mature my daughter thinks she is. 16, ain't nobody fucking touching my daughter.
It's not okay.
It wasn't okay for me either. But my circumstances were a little bit different. Now, also, people try to make the argument of back in the old days and back in the Bible. Okay, we have to realize our lifespans were a lot shorter than one. And women themselves were already taking on the roles that they would as a mother and a nurturer and a housewife at a much younger age. They were already doing the things that they'd be doing throughout their life. These girls aren't, okay? And I wasn't.
And we ain't gonna talk about the things that was happening to those girls that were taken on, because them girls was not virgins. A lot of them girls was not virgins when they got married. Somebody had broken them in, whether it was their uncle or their daddy, or their mama boyfriend, who she thought was their dad. So we gonna want to talk about the unwritten stuff that was involved in that, and the predatory nature of those relationships and the power dynamic.
Okay, speaking of predatory nature, did you get a chance to look at that link I posted in the chat?
I'm on my phone, and if I'm on StreamYard, it's hard for me. I can't open two windows at one time because I
totally understand that. That's the same shit. It kicks me out all the time. Okay, so it is about, and I know it's a touchy subject for everybody, but listen, I don't care what people do in their own time behind their bedroom doors. But the second you start trying to teach my kid about it, it's not. And that video is a young boy with a book called The Gay BCs. Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay.
Well, what? I couldn't hear you. It sounds like you're kind of going in and out, like you.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me stand still. Okay. Can you hear me better now?
All right.
I can hear you. Excellent.
Oh, okay. So it's called The Gay BCs, and they're doing this to like kindergartners. Now, my son came home with a book in first grade that's called Tommy Has Two Mommies, and I lost my shit. Listen, I have no problem with it, but you don't bring my shit into it. Like, here. That book is, that little boy is reading, and it has words like the what was one of them? It really bothered me. So it was sachet, queer, intersex. I mean, any word that you could think of, you know, it's the ABCs for gays. And they're having young children read this. And I'm just like, at what point did somebody feel the need that they had to impose that on that young boy? And I guess I'm curious what I mean, because you seem passionate about children too.
There has never been a time that I have not known about sex. I don't think it's ever been a time that I have not. I may not. Now I ain't know about oral sex, so maybe I was like 8 or 9. But there's never been a time I have not known about sex. To me, there's never been a time with my daughter. I have a 9-year-old, has not seen a gay male, a cross-dresser, or something like that. So that is not something I'm going to ever be able to hide from my daughter. Even from before she even get to kindergarten, she's going to be exposed to that. There was never a time. We all had somebody in the community, and this is a politically incorrect term. His name was Punk Tyrone. That's what literally they called him. But like, I'm 46 and that was his name. There's never been a time when we have not had one of those people. And I don't have a problem. And that's what's his name. That's what everybody in town called him. That was his literal name. And I know it's offensive these days. It is considered offensive, but that's what his name was when I was growing up back in the 80s. When I was 9, 8. And to be honest, I'm from the small town. He used to be the one who choreographed the dance routine for the country parade.
So yeah, I ain't never had that. So I ain't know about it.
He used to be with the girls, and he used to help coordinate like the drill team. A lot of gay flamboyant men like to dance. I ain't gonna stereotype, but back then that's what he did. But he was always known around town. As a matter of fact, I think he was the first person to die from HIV, and I remember them saying they buried him in a glass casket. And I was in 5th grade when he died.
Yeah, you want to have to ride on that
But
one.
we've always seen those people. They've never been a secret. So with
And,
everything,
okay, I don't know what
Okay,
they were
but what
doing.
about, I mean, they're tailor fitting it as a book, as
Yeah,
education.
right.
okay, there might have not been 50 million of them, but there's always been one or two within every community.
Okay,
Whether
but we're not gonna pretend like, oh yeah, like everybody was like, yeah, we
it's
always
more
talking about
prolific now. I'm saying
no,
it's more prolific now. So we're gonna have to have those conversations with our
no.
kids ourselves because by the time they get to kindergarten, they've been bombarded with it. So I'd rather have that conversation
Mm.
than
Oh,
that.
here's the thing about it. Now, here's the thing about it. I'm gonna say this: when I go to the kindergarten classes, they're not talking like about no gay or anal. Or listen, you
No,
gotta
they
be a
don't.
special parent to be talking about that shit with your kids. And I can honestly, I would be curious to wonder what the conversation goes through your mind that you want to talk about your kid about. Hey, you want to talk about anal, or let me see about some
Yeah,
sex.
this is
No,
what I'm saying. Like,
it
it's
goes.
not okay.
Like,
My
ain't
daughter
that
is in fourth grade.
now
No, my daughter's in third grade, but she's never brought those type of books home. So unless they give them to them in school and they didn't bring them home, I don't know what kind of system that is. But my daughter has never brought it home at this point.
Okay,
but
so what would your reaction be if your first or second grader did bring home a book called Tommy Had Two Mommies? Because I lost my shit.
I, to be honest, I don't even know what
Because
it would
that's a
be.
conversation I feel like as a parent was taken away from me and the option for me to have that conversation with my child
I don't know
at,
what my
at the
reaction
time
would
that I
be.
felt would be appropriate.
I don't know what my reaction would be, but I
I
know
don't know
at
about y'all, but like
this
in
age, my daughter
elementary
had already
school,
seen her cousin
for
married to
me,
another woman.
Heard it. I'm gonna need you to fix that goddamn mic. Well, all that damn money you get, you need to go fix that mic. You gonna have to fix that mic. I
hold on,
cannot
is
hear
that
you.
me?
That is you. That is you. Go fix that mic.
Can you hear it now?
A
Much
little bit
better.
better. That's better.
Can you hear it?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I think it's when you're
Okay.
near something, you got to have something other
What the
than what
fuck is
you are on, because it's
I don't know. I thought it was one
like
of y'all.
feedback.
Nah, it ain't
Alright,
us. We can hear each other perfect.
alright. So like back in elementary, right? Everybody was gay. To
What?
me and everybody, that was like all y'all niggas was gay. Everybody was
Yeah.
gay. You
I
all
knew you were gonna
faggots.
say some weird
Everybody,
shit.
all y'all niggas faggots. Like so, like I don't know, man. I I personally like like don't think it's okay for like the school to probably teach people about it. But at the same time, like the first time I saw like a transsexual was my uncle, right? And he was knocking on the door, and then I ran to the door. I opened the door, and then I saw a nigga with titties, and it was like the first time I ever saw a nigga with titties. And so I just stood there and looked at him like, what the fuck? And he got hurt behind it. You know what I'm saying? This is my uncle. You know what I mean? And like, like I never talked to him about it, but because I know he was hurt behind my actions, it 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 stuck with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I do care about him, and he's a good person. You know what I'm saying? Well, excuse me, I'm misgendering him. Excuse me. He's a good person.
And
I swear, boy, I only meet y'all people on YouTube having these most interesting things. I swear, that's why I usually just listen. I just listen sometimes because y'all. So y'all telling me y'all were running into trannies and all this stuff. Then again, I can't say too much, but I've done seen some stuff. But
I can't rally against like my uncle. No, I can't do that. That'd be fucked up. You
I mean,
know.
you a kid. I mean, you a kid, but I guess I mean, there's too much. Like I said, I guess you had to like you grew up in that type of world, and I mean I've seen my fair share of shit, but that's because that was not because I had a choice to. But as far as the sexual deviancy type of shit, in my family, no, their family was pretty clean and clear about that. Like there was do's and don'ts. Now, if y'all parents and stuff, again, it's like I said, it's so easy to do stuff around poverty and minority people. Like, it's nobody going to say shit. Like nobody says shit.
I don't even think it's minority. My
No,
son,
for real. My
It
dad
is
never wanted him
minority.
to come
my
around
son,
him.
my
Son,
son came to me. He said, "Mom, I got to apologize. I thought you was the worst mama ever. You weren't doing nothing but trying to raise us right. My white friend, daddy messed with her, brother messed with her, had them selling meth, was doing this and that. I just thought you was the bad mama. You wasn't no bad mama. Them
meth
and
is
that
a
was his white friends.
meth is a poor man's drug. So that's the first thing. Meth is a poor man's
I had the girl who
drug.
she grew up selling.
Here's the thing about it. Meth is a poor man drug. The next thing about it is we just had the issue with DJ whatever the dude was in South Carolina, who was purposely giving close to over 100 black young girls and women
HIV.
HIV. So listen, it's bad. We have it really bad, like really,
But
really fucking bad.
everybody don't think they hood is where they trauma where they grew up was that bad. Like, oh, I grew up poor, but I really, we grew up walking to school. Like kids don't what we grew up walking to school. We might have passed the liquor store on the way. We had the little, a couple of drunks that was on the street, and we had the men that would try to talk to the young girls, and we had that was normal.
Let me tell you. Let me say this. Being born into that type of environment, hell, after a while, hell does seem normal because that's literally what you're born into. Versus when you actually are born into something functional, then you start to say like, oh, so what I thought was what it was not actually how it was. It actually was dysfunctional, or it literally was actually not.
Some of the stuff that I thought was supposed to be normal, when you heard some of the stuff that went on, like the school teacher when she used to get us and take us to the church, when I first moved in this neighborhood, we were the first black people on the street because you know how southern towns are. Hell, now as a grown woman, I ain't know that lady had married her brother-in-law before she was married to the brother before. And then she started her family, and the children that I knew and we went to school together was actually, she used to be married to the brother. But I thought that was normal. So when you go to pulling behind the veneer of what you thought was normal, you find out normal wasn't all that normal. As in a child, it may have looked normal and looking on the outside, but when you go to getting into it ain't all that normal. The stuff we think normal, or the houses that we think are normal, aren't all that normal. Like I say, the judge sitting on the bench right now, and his wife, Kelly Stargill, a Florida State representative, that bitch was a teen pregnant. He was in college when he got her pregnant, but they sitting up there looking normal. When we go to peel and fight veneer normal, we really have to look what normal in America really looks like.
Nah, like all that gay shit, that shit was not normal when I grew up.
What is gay
Like,
shit? What is gay shit?
The whole shit this generation is going through. All right.
That didn't say anything. You just said gay shit. What is gay shit?
Hey yo, all right. If you were gay, or if you like
You sound
dudes,
stupid.
hold on, I'm not done. You just asked me a question and you didn't allow me to answer it.
Well, you're just
All
saying
right.
something that made no damn sense, and I'm asking, what the hell does that mean?
If
Listen. I
were
know
gay
you are
growing
emotionally
up, that shit is over for you. You committed social fucking suicide.
Now, hang on. Listen, I only have so much patience early in the morning when I'm dealing with little kids. I cannot keep on doing mental gymnastics all the time. Okay? Don't just say something and literally don't have no kind of context, especially on social media, when literally the goddamn context police literally will strike down a fucking channel by just saying everything is this way. Put some fucking definition behind it. This is why I hate. This is why shit happens the way it does. God damn, I can't deal with y'all emotional children. I'm not in the mood. I'm not. You're not gonna fuck up my damn shit. Like, put some
I'm gonna
context on it.
Just kidding.
Yeah, I can't deal with. I don't know. These men these days are so fucking emotional. Put some context behind it. At least Kay said it's ABC book. But just going like that.
I told you we need to be like the bees.
I don't give a fuck. Y'all be saying some shit that just sometimes I don't be having no context, and I be getting pissed off, and then I gotta deal with it on YouTube. But y'all don't give a fuck. When y'all shit's on, it's not y'all shit. Then fuck up y'all shit. What you want?
know what I told you yesterday about the bees. If we just be like the bees, we're gonna be okay. Be like the bees.
I tell you, y'all go start y'all beehive, and then after that, then y'all can get the fuck on. Cause y'all gonna do y'all irritate my nerves sometimes with them beehives.
No, but that's why I said the thing about the guy's name, to put it in context. I wasn't being derogatory towards him, but that was what they called him, and that's why I prefaced with, I know it's not correct these days, but that's what his name was. That's why I tried to preface it that way.
It's fine, but you gotta make sure you say, listen, YouTube is very sensitive.
Yeah.
Very sensitive about
Yes.
stuff. Like I said, so when we were talking about censorship earlier, they are very sensitive. Certain people or certain groups don't give a shit to hear about, well, I would just say they don't care. They just will say, nah, that's just hate speech.
Well, BMT, I think people who put jelly in their grits is strange. Them some strange.
I mean, I could deal with that.
I don't know where that comes
I
from.
like cream of wheat.
And what is cream of wheat? Ain't no something to eat cream of wheat. That's just strange. And I just feel like it's something strange against those type of people who put jelly in their grits.
I can deal with cream of wheat. I eat that. I can deal with all kinds of stuff. I can listen. I don't mind difference of opinion. I don't mind that, but I'm always like, listen. Everybody has a right of a difference of opinion. That's fine, But saying that, hey, people are just stupid for their opinion, but we listen to your opinion, then literally that's being intellectually dishonest. It's being intellectually dishonest. I don't mind hearing people, and that's the reason why this country is not going to last very long.
Well, and that's the thing, is people don't have the time or the respect. That's the biggest thing. This is what our freaking nation and our world lacks, is respect and just common decency to actually shut their fucking mouths and open their ears. Even if you think you know what somebody's gonna say, let them fucking say it. And then come back with a counter.
I think it's disrespectful to have unsweet iced tea. I don't know what type of Southern do that. I think it's very disrespectful.
I agree.
From up north with unsweet iced tea.
Who the fuck drinks tea without sugar?
Yeah, who does that? Who does that? It's some weird people.
No, go ahead. I think the thing about it is when it coming down to it. Shout out to everyone who's here. Shout out to those who come through and support. The thing about it is learning to have tolerance. I can do it. I'm sure y'all have done it at your job or at your work site or around people. Is learning how to have tolerance and patience. I mean that will take you a long way. I don't always agree with a lot of things, but again, I say, you know what? That's your right. You're paying. You're paying, and you're respecting that type of audience or that level. So guess what? I get why you have what you have going on.
BMT, you watched that video that I had posted that got my channel taken down.
I got to see some of it. I'm surprised that it got your channel struck down because of
Yeah,
that.
I'm like, I don't understand, because I actually go on to say in it that, you know, if you choose to wear a mask, that's up to you, and you're free to do so without any question, without any freaking explanation. I'm not giving any medical advice at all. I'm just saying that they're using it, you
I'm
know,
wearing
the
a
way
mask
that they're
because I'm
using
not
it.
taking that vaccine. So I'm
Huh?
gonna wear that mask because I'm not taking that vaccine. So
Oh, well, and you know what? It's funny because my best friend was a masker before masking was cool. And I give him crap all the time. And then somebody that actually believes just like I do that the mask is stupid and it actually causes harm in some cases, not all, blah, 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 blah. It can actually be more damaging to some people than helpful. And I had a friend that was literally going out and shaming people for wearing it. And I told him that's not cool because I respect an individual's rights. I have the right to not wear it, and you have the right to do as you please, whether that's wear it or not.
well, I know I was look like I had 3 heads because I was all up this country ass state of Florida, and I saw all them people not wearing their masks, and I was sitting up there with mine on, but for whatever reason they don't want to do it. I'm just double masking.
And that's your right to do so. And you know what? I have no place to tell you you can't. Just like nobody has any place to tell me that I have to.
This is why when we tell people that people's relationship, this is why I hate the internet versus actual tangible relationships where people actually have to talk, build, court, get to know each other, versus the internet. You don't people can say or believe or be whatever the fuck they want to be. They can. And they do that. And when we see these things happen, this is where people get taken advantage of, raped, abused, scammed, whatever. And they happen to men and women. You hear more so of the women's stories, but you don't hear the men's stories because the men are too ashamed to say that, hey, I fell in love with this young girl. It's like they keep like bringing up OnlyFans, but literally on IG or damn thing. Mind you, there's this one girl. She was 16. She got a man to spend $600. 16 got a man to spend $600. Now I don't know what the hell she needed $600 for, but she got a man to do it.
That ain't hard to do, BMT.
She bragged about it. I'm not mad at her.
Depending on the culture you grew up in, I ain't gonna like I say, I just was regular. Oh, when my friend who used to stay the night at my house, like, girl, my daddy she used to ask me, did Melissa tell you what I say? Did Melissa tell you what I say? I mean, what? And she told me, and I thought she was talking about, girl, my daddy want to talk to you. Now, this is the kicker. He lived next door with his girlfriend. Melissa was his daughter by his white girlfriend, but she lived next door to him and his wife. But his daughter was 1 year older than me, and they said everybody used to ask me, was he my dad? Because she didn't really look like her dad. She looked like her mom, but they knew her mom wasn't my mom. That's how much we looked alike. And why would your dad be wanting to talk to me? But as an adult, what I say, when they say that he was touching on his own daughters, I believe it. Because if you wanted to talk to me in there, when I ain't gained no weight till I got to be an adult. I was the 89 pound. I ain't had no boobs or no tits, no ass. So anybody who talked to me at that age wanted to talk to a child. And he was the school janitor. He was the elementary school janitor. And it wasn't hard to scam him out of $600. Back in the day when $600 was a big deal. But I was smart enough not to never go nowhere with my mama don't allow me to go nowhere. She's strict. So, it ain't hard. It's not hard.
No, it's not. But see, the thing about it is, people choose to actually sometimes, not to say everybody sucks equal. That's impossible. But people have a choice sometimes. Have a choice sometimes to choose to deal with these type of people in the environment, or just play it back and just say, respectfully, I don't have to keep listening.
Right.
And I'm not gonna. I know everybody would like to think that they had Leave It to Beaver or whatever, and that's what somebody told me. Leave It to Beaver. The only person who was married was the town alcoholic, or was it Mayberry? So we have these images, and we want to act like the bad don't exist or the other parts, but we have to acknowledge all. And our children aren't here from just like we were here for things. Our children are not here from things. So trying to cover things up and not have real discussions. If my mom had not talked with me about men bothering little girls and what to do when I was 5 years old or 6 years old on that bus, when that bus driver kept me after he let all of the kids off, I would have been a victim. Now, because my mom taught me, she met him the next day at the bus. Now, what we should have did, which wasn't real popular back in the day, was have him arrested. But she only protected me because that's all we knew at the time. But I imagine how many little girls whose parents hadn't talked to them, he kept on the bus. And he drove for a long time. Mr. Paul drove for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So we
Well,
need to have these combos with our kids when we're trying to mask everything and make everything have this veneer stuff, because we live in a world where we could go and look any day, any sexual predators around us. They could be our children's cousin who live in the house, or uncle, or even dad.
I agree with you. But you, like you said, your mother had that conversation with you, right? And because she thought that you needed to know. Now, how would you feel if somebody else had that conversation with you, or say your child,
Well,
and
as
they may not have, they may come off as trying to be protective and educate, but what really they're doing is grooming.
I'm not going to talk about the homosexuality part, but I start growing up in the age
No,
where
I'm
it was.
saying whether
I'm finna say, well, I grew up in the age where they did start having a lot of PSAs. Just say no to drugs. Just this, and they started having the educations beginning to come out about certain things. And I think, I'm not saying they should be discussing homosexuality and all of that with your kids. You want to have that conversation, but we do have to get the message to kids out there. What is child abuse and what is this? Because they do have messages out there that do educate. I'm glad my mom told me, but I know it's a lot of girls who moms might not have told them. I'm saying when I was 5 or 6, I was in kindergarten or first grade, because when I lived at Okeechobee Project, that was the only time when at that age I was 5 or 6. So I was in kindergarten or first grade. So I had that combo at that early age. Just the most I could have been 5 or 6, kindergarten or first grade. But that was the only time I ever rode a bus.
So let me drop it down one time. And I want to, like I said, people are welcome to come up. Like I said, I want to get a feel for this. Do y'all feel that the climate, and let's try to make sure we can get it to pass it around. Do you feel like the climate for us discussing about the queer child, it's time for us to start talking about it, or literally, no, it's something being pushed onto them? Like, is it time for us to talk about this? Like, or not? Like, are we gonna keep it? Like, but these queer kids, they want to talk. They want to talk about their stuff, sex, anal, all the other stuff, the whole shebang. So, what's y'all thoughts?
I don't think it's no time when we have never not had somebody who we knew was what you want to call it on the spectrum. We have always had the little boy who was over there doing cheers with the girls. That's not new.
Right.
And we have had the girl that was always, some of them grew up to be tomboys and some of them didn't. But they've always been here. And like I say, before it was an internet, they were always here. And nobody was surprised that they're living that life these days because they've always been here. So to talk about them or not talk about them, I don't know if it changes anything because those people have always been here and they're always going to be here. They're our cousins, they're our sons, they're our daughters, they're our family members, our aunts and uncles.
So one, let me start with one of my best friends is actually gay. And that's his choice. That's fine. You know what he doesn't do? I don't make out with my boyfriend in front of a kid, and he doesn't make out with his boyfriend in front of a kid. I don't care whether you're straight, gay, trans, any of it. I feel like the over-sexualization of every conversation that is happening when it comes to these topics, it always has to go to sexual. Now, kids should have no mind about that. Yes, they should understand good touch, bad touch, right? But to go into, like, that book is the ABCs, it goes into terminologies that, you know what, I know full-grown gay adults that probably don't even know what some of these terminologies are. And I guess for me, I just feel like our culture is already over-sexualized enough. We need to everything is perverted. And that's, I have a problem with that.
So let's look at this. All right. Y'all brought up a good point. And I'm
Can I say one thing before you start, BMT?
I know you want to say something, Cody. You
I
always
don't
have.
know about that book, but when I'm at a barbecue or we're at a family function and the gay person is there, they're not making out. The straight person ain't making out and the gay person ain't making out. They're just living in it. And I don't think that that's the issue. I think the issue is some people think they shouldn't be seen, period. People are not. If I go to Gay Pride Day, I might see some of that. But just in regular, normal, everyday activity, no two gay people are sitting there tonguing each other down and doing this and that. That's not what is happening, and that's not the message. Some of these people are sending the message that they shouldn't be seen, period.
So, let me ask you this, Coach. So let me ask you this. Do you feel that it's right if they pressure on religion to have to push for these people to get married in their place of fellowship, or no?
I don't. Their place of now. If you're talking about the local high school gym or the little small town civic center that they want to rent out. The small town civic center have no gender, no whatever. They can have, if I can have a wedding there or if I can have a step show there, that is a public venue. Now, what them people do in their church, them people have the right to dictate what they have done in their church, because there are churches that do that. But if that's your church, that's on a personal level. Do what you want to do in your church. You don't want me in your church, I don't want to be in your church. Keep your church, because religion is something that does address that as they're part of their core beliefs in this and that. That's those people religion. Now,
I agree. So
the town civic center, you don't get to speak about that. If I can rent it out for a step show, if I can rent it out for a volleyball game or whatever, it's rented to everybody. That's public space. And those are private events. So nobody has to come to, when I'm renting it out, nobody has to be there but the people I invite.
Right. Yeah. The right to refuse service goes all the way across for any private business. I think that, you know, why would you want somebody who doesn't support your marriage to make you a cake anyway? You know? And I think that that was a silly argument.
But it's the slippery slope that even though you're saying it's a private bakery, now I'm going to Publix to get a cake and I can't get a cake at Publix either. Or now you don't want me in your store. Because it's not that, it's the extreme to which it goes. And the only way to not have that extreme is to not have it. So they can't really say this is for stores that see over 3,000 customers or whatever. Now, if you're a Jewish bakery or something, I don't know what the end all is because I haven't thought that deep into it. But I do know the other things. And it then becomes not just about sexuality. It goes into, oh, you are the children of Ham and you are the children of Shem. You are the children that are cursed, or you were put to be this and you were put to be that. And I don't think I should have to serve you because religiously, I believe, whoever Ham and Shem was, or whichever one had the darker skinned kids, the dark complected, and they were supposed to be their punishment. And we could go and find out, now I don't want you in here. And like I said, if you outlawed in this particular mom and pop store, then you outlawed in the Publix and the Winn-Dixie, and we take 50 million steps back because it's not sexuality.
So that all goes back to monopolized, right? Everything.
And that was religion was one of the justifications. Religion was one of the justifications that was used for slavery, Jim Crow, and a lot of stuff. So it's a slippery slope.
I agree with you there. Yeah. And I guess for me, this is actually, it relates back to also like, platforms doing their censorship. What is right? At what point is it okay for them to allow one person with one belief and not the next? Well, they claim to be a private company, but it's so monopolized that it's pretty much the only company. And that's the problem, is you should be able to go to a bakery that has like-minded people. But if they bought up all the flour, I think, I'm sure you guys get what I'm trying to say. I'm just not, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, or 6 o'clock in the morning. It's not coming out right.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
But yeah, so it's a slippery slope, and that's what the conversations people don't want to have. When you start on religion has that other piece into it, and they don't want to talk about that other piece. But when you open that door to do that other part, and we don't want to talk about the other part, but the other part is a big part. So yep. I'm like, we can't control that. That other part is the reason why we had a lot of segregated schools and a lot of whole other stuff and a lot of whole stuff. And when you open it for everything.
Right. Well, and I think that's why these kind of conversations need to be had, so that people can actually learn from our social injustices. And
I take it like spring break.
What's that?
I take it like spring break. When you go to spring break, you're gonna see girls showing shots. You're gonna see all kinds of stuff that they used to have at Freaknik or Beach Week or whatever. That is not the typical. And if you're gonna say, okay, you know what, we're just gonna allow straight people to stay here and throw shots and this and that. The gay people can't come here and do that. You're doing debauchery, period. So you're gonna have a straight thing of debauchery, and then it's a gay. It's all debauchery. Get over there and do your debauchery. That's not the everyday thing. That is an isolated week or two out of, and only people going over there is grown people or teenage people, not even grown people. Well, however, that's the people going over there. So I ain't gonna sit here and spend my time arguing about that. That's what them people grown. That's what they went over there to do. And if you let your high school kids, sons, and go over there and do that, that's what you down. But that is not the 5-year-old that's going over there to look at it. If your 5-year-old looking at that, CPS needs to take your children for you taking them over there to see that, because you have to search that out.
And so I feel like the people that took their children to that event in Austin with a drag queen story time where they were literally stuffing dollar bills, like you had 6-year-olds stuffing dollar bills in men's G-strings. I think those parents should be jailed.
Well, at weddings, some weddings, they have the thing where people put money on the brides, and some people go even so far as to put it in the garters of the bride.
Right, but the children aren't retrieving
it. The
it.
children aren't at those wedding receptions. Where are the children? The wedding is a family event. Those kids are there. The wedding reception, they're there.
This is an event for children, though.
I'm saying that when we have those, they have weddings where they put, as a matter of fact, most weddings, the man will go under the husband will go on, the groom will go under the wife's dress, and some of them make it a spectacle and make it sexy. Some go under there and the children right there. But because it's heterosexual, it's not viewed. But the kids are always there. Am I wrong?
No, and you know what? I would. At the same time, I feel like if they were being inappropriate, if it was a man and a woman, as an adult,
and that is your right to say that. That's your right. But on the other end, it's still sexualization.
Yeah, but I agree. But I mean, to the level of a 6-year-old dancing, dancing sexually with a grown man who is wearing nothing but a G-string.
I got a problem with, I don't see some of them dance moms allow their kids to get up there and do it.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I think that's absolute child abuse too.
So if they allow their daughter to get up there, get in heels and jump in their Ramsey and do that.
Yeah, I think, and that's
they don't sexualize their child. They don't get to say, I don't get to put my son up there who I think may be on the spectrum and allow him to do the same thing. Now, if you're going to allow for them to do that, it go across the board. Like I say, when you open that gate, you open that gate. And we don't get to pick what's not like it's going to be a hell for this part, a hell for that part. It's all wrong. But if you're going to justify that, you get what you get. You open that gate. Now, if you don't want none of that stuff to come through, then you cut it off and don't allow none to come through. But don't get to say we get to do little girls like this, but little boys who we think might be gay, who he can't get up there and do that. It's all wrong. It's all sexualization of children.
Yeah. It's just disgusting to me, whether it's, straight or down to, the little cuties freaking Netflix series, I think that's absolute child abuse too. I think it's disgusting. Little girls shouldn't be dressed like fully grown women. And I think that these mothers that allow this to happen, got some serious freaking evaluations to do on themselves, because I don't know what woman would be okay with people looking at their daughter like that.
And
I'm sorry, you cut out. What was that?
Hold on 1 sec.
Okay. Oh shit. My phone's about to die. Oh.
Timing me out. Oh, I'm saying my daughter is about a size 10. In order for me to get her shorts that are not cut underneath the cheek of her butt, I have to get maybe a size or 2 larger. The only shorts that they make that aren't really cut short are the knee knocker pants, what you call them, that come to about the knees or something, but just regular shorts. All of the clothes are made that way.
No, and I agree with you. You know what? I think that's also ridiculous that that's how they're making children's clothes these days. My grandma, that's dressed pretty fucking hideously. and I'll be damned if my dad let me walk out of the house with shorts that were shorter than my fingertips when my hands were at my side.
But those, I mean, when you open certain gates, they're open. So you either have to do it fully or you don't do it at all. But you kind of have it half open for half of the population, not open for the other half of it, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Just, I don't like any of it. I just feel like we as people, I feel like the evil and disgustingness of this world is just growing, and people are becoming more and more accepting of it.
Well, some of this, when this stuff, and this is what I think America wants to have, this rose-colored glasses view of how the world existed. When everybody was wearing dresses down to their past their ankles and collars up to their neck in Victoria and sleeves at the wrist. This stuff still took place. Not only did it take place, it survived. So it's something more than just the clothing. It is not just the clothing. The clothing did not influence this behavior. It's existed, and it's probably not even less than what it used to be. The Romans were something. We want to say, oh, the world coming to an end. Look at, we living in the end times. Look at what people doing. The Romans had bathhouses with kids, and it was normal. And we want to act like, oh, everything is so bad. It's exactly the way it's always been, except we got video cameras. Nothing that we're doing now, when I say the world, has not been done before, if not to worse extent. So if we're going to have the conversation, we're going to have a real honest conversation. And guess what? Sometimes we have to say, you know what? My parents or great-grandparents or whatever did this, and it was wrong. When I look at The Color Purple, I was like, look how they did silly. They just went and throw silly over there like she was a piece of property. The girl literally having hair bows and still playing with baby dolls and had 2 kids. And for us not to have the discussion of how this stuff continues. I don't know. But BMT, wake your butt up.
Sorry about that. Love you. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I literally have been up, y'all. And thank you for that, Coach. You know about the phone plate. But I'm actually gonna do a solid. I am gonna go to sleep because I need to. I really do. So you guys, other than that, thank you God for Kodra. Because Kodra knows how to stay on me.
I don't know if you're not, my screen just went. So, my phone's dying. Sorry.
Hold on, let me see. I don't see it. Huh?
I missed your Derek Jackson thing, but to me, his wife looked kind of like a Middle Eastern hostage or something. Cause you seen if she came in the camouflage.
They belong to a cult church. I will cover that later. They belong to a cult church. I was doing my research over that all night long. My God, if I did, listen, y'all. This shit goes deep with Derek Jackson. This shit goes deep. Like, that girl probably way in over her head, and ain't nobody can deal with her.
Yes, it's sad to say. They're gonna say it was suicide, and they send her up for the kill.
Like I said, that girl right now, She ain't getting out of that. She ain't getting out of that type of thing without doggone. Derek ain't gonna leave. You remember, Cole? You ever seen a video on YouTube where there's that crazy woman that said that the demon put his penis in my mouth?
I saw that.
That's Derek Jackson's church. You've
Yeah.
seen that? That's his church.
Yeah.
Now imagine more women at that church that are like that.
I'm trying to figure out, like you say, he joined the thoughts and IG girls in it. We know that no segment or a certain type of stuff.
Derek
But
Jackson, listen,
you-
Derek Jackson has sex with broken women.
I'm looking forward to you get some sleep and do that.
We're
But
gonna
the
get
women who
it's gonna
support
get good. It's gonna get good, girl. It's gonna get real good. Trust and believe. It's gonna get real good.
I can't wait.
Derek Jackson like having sex with mentally broken women. Like I said, that church is a cult. But
And the women who coming out and support them, they need to be slut shamed and say, this is your badge of honor, letting the whole world know you are mentally broken. You supporting this, and if you putting your application in to be his next woman, by talking about how that lady look, you just as broken as her. You just a prettier version with better.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Listen, Derek likes to have sex or fuck broken women. So he has sex with broken and mentally fucked up women. That's what he does. So y'all gotta be very mindful about that nigga.
Well, I look forward to it. I'm gonna let you get your rest.
Mhm.
So it was good catching you, and I look forward to it. I hope you're gonna do it today.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll look out for it.
All right, y'all. We'll see y'all guys later. Peace. Y'all have a good day.